Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of the hot dog, from ancient Mesopotamian sausage makers around 3000 BCE to the backyard grills and ballpark stands of modern America. It's a story that spans 5,000 years, crosses 3 continents, and reveals how a humble preservation technique became one of the world's most recognizable foods. This is how seasoned ground meat in animal casings transformed from survival food into cultural icon. If you enjoy these deep dives into history, hit that like button and subscribe. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world, late at night or early morning, for these journeys into the past. Phone face down, volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The story begins not in America, and not even in Germany, but in the ancient river valleys where humans first learned to preserve meat against the relentless march of time and temperature. Around 3000 BCE, in the region we now call Iraq, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, Mesopotamian cooks faced a problem that had plagued humanity since the first successful hunt. Fresh meat spoiled quickly, especially in warm climates, and a successful hunt often provided more meat than a family could consume before it went bad. The solution they developed was ingenious in its simplicity. Take the scraps and trimmings left after butchering, the bits that couldn't be easily roasted or dried, and grind them together with salt and whatever spices were available. Then stuff this mixture into the one part of the animal that was tubular, flexible, and watertight, the intestines. The result was portable, relatively shelf-stable, and used nearly every part of the animal. Nothing was wasted. Archaeological evidence from Sumerian sites suggests these early sausages were flavored with cumin and other local spices, then either dried in the sun or smoked over fires. The salt drew out moisture and created an environment hostile to the bacteria that caused spoilage. The casing protected the meat from insects and contamination. It was food technology born of necessity, developed by people who couldn't afford to waste a single ounce of protein. Across the ancient world, other cultures arrived at similar solutions independently. In China, during the Shang dynasty around 1500 BCE, records mention something called lap chong, a type of preserved sausage that would remain virtually unchanged for millennia. The Chinese version relied heavily on air drying and the addition of rice wine, creating a distinctly different flavor profile from the Mediterranean versions. But the core concept remained identical: ground meat, seasonings, and intestinal casings. By 800 BCE, sausages had become common enough in Greek culture to earn a mention in Homer's Odyssey. In Book 20, Homer describes a scene where men gather around a fire, roasting sausages, a moment of domestic normalcy amid epic adventure. The Greek word used was oria, and the image suggests these were already a familiar, everyday food rather than an exotic delicacy. For Homer's audience, a man roasting sausages by firelight would have been as recognizable as someone grilling hot dogs at a barbecue is to us today. The Greeks refined sausage making into something approaching an art form, They developed specific mixtures for different occasions, some heavily spiced with garlic and pepper, others more subtle. They created both fresh sausages meant to be cooked immediately and dried versions that could last for months. The city-states competed over whose sausages were superior, and recipes were closely guarded secrets passed from master butchers to their apprentices. But it was the Romans who truly industrialized and systematized sausage production. By the time of the Roman Empire, sausage making had evolved from household craft to commercial enterprise. The Romans produced two main varieties that would influence all of European sausage making for the next 2,000 years. The first was called Lucanica, named after the Lucania region in southern Italy. These were long, thin sausages seasoned with pepper, cumin, savory, rue, parsley, and bay leaves. Roman soldiers carried them on campaigns, and as the legions marched across Europe, they brought their sausage-making techniques with them. The second major Roman variety was botulus, a heavier, blood-based sausage that gives us our modern word botulism, a reminder that preserved meats, when handled incorrectly, could be deadly. The Romans understood this danger and developed careful procedures for salting, smoking, and storing their sausages. Marcus Gavius Apicius, the famous Roman gourmand, included numerous sausage recipes in his cookbook De Re Coquinaria, some calling for exotic ingredients like pine nuts and fish sauce, others for simple combinations of pork and fennel. Roman sausages were everywhere, sold by street vendors in the Forum, served at elaborate banquets, packed in the rations of legionaries on Hadrian's Wall. They were democratic food, eaten by emperors and slaves alike, differing only in the quality of meat and complexity of spicing. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, many aspects of Roman civilization vanished, but sausage-making techniques survived and spread. As Europe fragmented into kingdoms and principalities during the medieval period, sausage-making became intensely regional. Every area developed its own varieties, influenced by local tastes, available animals, and climate. In Italy, descendants of Lucanica evolved into dozens of distinct types. In France, sausage makers developed the foundations of what would become andouille and boudin. In the British Isles, they created bangers, so named because the high water content caused them to sometimes explode in the pan. But it was in the Germanic regions, the collection of kingdoms, duchies, and free cities that would eventually become Germany and Austria, that sausage making reached its highest expression. The Germanic tribes had always been skilled meat preservers, smoking and salting their way through long winters. When Roman techniques met Germanic traditions, something distinctive emerged. By the year 1000 CE, Germanic butchers had organized themselves into guilds that controlled every aspect of sausage production. These guilds established strict standards for ingredients, preparation methods, and aging processes. A master butcher might spend a decade learning his craft, mastering not just the mechanics of grinding and stuffing, but the subtle alchemy of spice blends and smoking times. Each city developed signature varieties, and these local sausages became sources of civic pride. The Germans brought a particular philosophical approach to sausage making that set them apart. Where Roman sausages had often been vehicles for complex spice combinations, Germanic sausages focused on the quality of the meat itself, using seasonings to enhance rather than mask the fundamental flavors. They developed specific mixtures for different cuts and different animals. Pork sausages, distinct from veal, beef sausages, different from wild boar. They also perfected the art of smoking, building elaborate smokehouses where sausages hung for weeks in carefully controlled environments. Oak, beech, and juniper woods were chosen for specific flavor profiles. The smoke not only preserved the meat, but added layers of complexity that varied from region to region based on local woods and techniques. A trained palate could identify a sausage's origin by taste alone. By the 1300s, certain Germanic cities had become famous for particular types of sausages. Nuremberg's small, thin bratwursts were protected by city law. The recipe, size, and preparation method all specified in official ordinances. Frankfurt was developing its Frankfurter, a smoked sausage made from finely ground pork in a sheep's casing. Vienna was perfecting the Wiener, similar but made with a combination of pork and beef. These weren't just foods, they were expressions of civic identity, economic assets, and carefully guarded intellectual property. The guild system meant that knowledge passed through formal apprenticeships. A butcher's son might begin at age 10 or 12, learning first to clean casings, then to grind meat, gradually advancing through the hierarchy of skills until, if he proved capable, he could present his masterwork to the guild and become a master himself. The guilds also regulated who could sell sausages, where they could be sold, and at what prices. This created both quality control and economic monopoly. Germanic sausages developed such widespread reputation that by the late medieval period, they were being exported to other regions. Traders carried them along the Rhine and Danube, into the Low Countries, and down to the Mediterranean. The technique spread too, though the Germanic regions maintained their primacy. When people thought of superior sausages, they thought of the German lands. The medieval period also saw sausages take on cultural and even religious significance. Different sausages were associated with different festivals and seasons. Some were made specifically for winter holidays, others for spring celebrations. The Catholic Church's calendar of feast days and fast days shaped production patterns. Certain sausages were considered appropriate for particular times of year. The act of making sausages became woven into the rhythm of agricultural life, a way of marking time and celebrating harvests. By the 1400s, as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance, Germanic sausage making had achieved a level of sophistication that would influence meat preservation worldwide. The techniques were codified, the guild system was firmly established, and certain cities had built their reputations and economies around specific sausage varieties. The foundations of what would eventually become the hot dog were in place, waiting for the massive demographic shifts that would carry these traditions across an ocean to a new world. The Germanic butchers of the 15th century couldn't have imagined that their carefully crafted frankfurters and wieners would one day be consumed by the billions in a country that didn't even exist yet. But the seeds were planted in the guild halls of Frankfurt and Vienna, in the smokehouses along the Rhine, in the closely guarded recipes passed from master to apprentice. The long journey from ancient Mesopotamian preservation technique to American cultural icon had begun, and in the Germanic lands of medieval Europe, it was gathering the characteristics that would define it for centuries to come. The 15th and 16th centuries marked the golden age of Germanic sausage making, a period when local variations hardened into civic traditions, and when two cities in particular would establish claims to varieties that would eventually become world famous. In Frankfurt am Main, a bustling commercial center on the banks of the Main River, something significant happened in the year 1487. According to city records preserved in Frankfurt's archives, the town council issued regulations specifically governing the production of a local sausage that had become associated with the city's name, the Frankfurter. The document describes a smoked pork sausage, finely ground and stuffed into a sheep's intestine casing, seasoned with salt, pepper, and a careful blend of spices that included garlic and coriander. What made this regulation remarkable was not that Frankfurt had invented the sausage. Similar varieties existed throughout the German-speaking world, but that the city formalized it, codified it, and claimed it as distinctly their own. The 1487 regulation specified everything: the cut of pork to be used, the fat-to-lean ratio, the diameter of the casing, even the length of time that sausages were to be smoked. Frankfurt's butchers were prohibited from deviating from these standards under penalty of fines or expulsion from the guild. The city understood that its reputation was at stake. Merchants traveling along the main river and through the trade routes of the Holy Roman Empire carried Frankfurt's sausages with them, and consistency was essential to maintaining the city's commercial standing. Frankfurt's butchers had developed a technique of creating an extremely fine grind, working the meat until it achieved an almost smooth texture. This required patient knife work. The mechanical grinders that would revolutionize sausage making were still centuries away. A master butcher might spend hours preparing a single batch, chopping and mixing until the texture was perfect. The sausages were then cold smoked over beechwood, a process that could take several days, producing a firm, aromatic product that could travel well and keep for weeks. Vienna, the imperial capital on the Danube, watched Frankfurt's success with interest and perhaps a touch of rivalry. By the early 1600s, Viennese butchers were producing their own signature sausage, one they called the Wiener, literally meaning from Vienna. The Viennese version differed from the Frankfurter in subtle but significant ways. Where Frankfurt used pure pork, Vienna mixed pork and beef, creating a slightly different flavor profile and a redder color. The Viennese also favored a slightly coarser grind and used cow intestines rather than sheep, resulting in a plumper sausage. The debate over which came first and which was superior would last for centuries, with both cities claiming primacy and both developing fierce local loyalty to their versions. What's clear from historical records is that by the mid-1600s, both Frankfurters and Wieners were well established, widely traded, and considered premium products. Travelers' accounts from the period mention both varieties, sometimes in the same breath, acknowledging their similarities while noting the distinct civic pride each city took in its particular creation. The guild system that governed sausage production in Germanic cities during this period was extraordinarily comprehensive. The butcher guilds, Fleischerzünfte, controlled every aspect of the trade, from who could become a butcher to what could be sold and where. In most cities, the guild maintained a monopoly on meat sales, and breaking guild rules could result in loss of livelihood or even banishment from the city. Becoming a master butcher required years of dedication. A boy might begin his apprenticeship at age 12 or 13, starting with the dirtiest, most basic tasks: cleaning casings, hauling carcasses, tending the smokehouses. This apprenticeship typically lasted 3 to 5 years, during which the young man learned by watching and doing, receiving little pay but gaining invaluable knowledge. If he completed his apprenticeship satisfactorily, he became a journeyman, literally a day worker, who could work for wages but not establish his own shop. The journeyman period often lasted another 5 to 10 years. During this time, young butchers were encouraged to travel, working in different cities to learn regional variations and techniques. This tradition of the wandering years spread knowledge throughout the German-speaking world, creating a shared technical foundation while still allowing for regional distinctiveness. A journeyman from Nuremberg might spend a year in Frankfurt, learning their smoking techniques, then move on to Vienna to study their spice blends, before returning home with a broader understanding of the craft. Only after completing his wandering years could a journeyman present his masterwork to the guild, an elaborate display of skill that demonstrated mastery of all aspects of butchering and sausage making. If the guild masters approved, he could pay the substantial fees required to become a master himself and open his own shop. This system ensured quality, but also created barriers that kept the trade exclusive and protected established masters from competition. The spice blends developed during this period reflected both the guild system's precision and the era's expanding global trade networks. By the 1500s, spices that had once been rare and astronomically expensive, black pepper, cinnamon, nutmeg, were becoming more available, though still costly enough that their use signaled quality and status. Germanic butchers developed signature blends that balanced these precious imports with local herbs like marjoram, thyme, and sage. Each city, sometimes each guild, had its own jealously guarded spice formula. In Nuremberg, the favored blend for their famous roast bratwurst included marjoram and cardamom. Frankfurt's Frankfurters relied on white pepper and coriander. Thuringian bratwurst featured caraway and garlic. These weren't arbitrary choices, but carefully calibrated flavor profiles developed over generations of experimentation. The proportions were trade secrets, often known only to master butchers and passed down within families. The smoking process itself was equally refined. Germanic butchers built elaborate smokehouses with multiple chambers, allowing for different stages of smoking. Fresh sausages might be cold smoked for preservation, hung in chambers where the temperature never rose above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, allowing the smoke to penetrate deeply without cooking the meat. The choice of wood mattered enormously. Beech was favored for its mild, sweet smoke, oak for a stronger flavor, juniper for special varieties. Some smokehouses burned specific combinations, creating signature aromas that customers could identify. In daily Germanic life, sausages occupied a peculiar position. They were both ordinary and special, everyday food and festival fare. Working families might eat simple sausages several times a week, particularly in winter when fresh meat was scarce. These daily sausages were often coarser, made from lesser cuts, but still prepared according to guild standards. They were boiled or fried quickly, served with bread and cabbage, providing protein and fat that sustained laborers through long workdays. But sausages also marked celebration. Special varieties were produced for specific holidays and festivals. During the pre-Lenten carnival season, butchers created rich, fatty sausages meant to be enjoyed before the austere weeks of Lent. At harvest festivals, communities gathered to make sausages together from freshly slaughtered pigs, a social event that combined necessary labor with celebration. Wedding feasts featured the finest sausages a family could afford, their quality reflecting the host's status and generosity. This created a clear social hierarchy within the world of sausages. At the top were the luxury varieties, fine ground, richly spiced, made from choice cuts of meat. These appeared on the tables of merchants, guildmasters, and minor nobility. They were sold in specialized shops in city centers, often prepared to order. A wealthy burgher might send a servant to purchase specific sausages from a particular master butcher, someone whose work he trusted and whose reputation he wished to support. In the middle were the standard guild-certified sausages available in regular butcher shops. These were what most urban residents purchased: reliable, decent quality, made according to guild standards, but without the premium ingredients or elaborate preparation of luxury varieties. A craftsman or shopkeeper's family would serve these regularly, finding a balance between quality and economy. At the bottom were the coarse sausages, made from scraps and variety meats, sold cheaply to laborers and the poor. Even these, in guild-controlled cities, met minimum standards. They were still genuine sausages, properly made and safe to eat, just less refined. And beyond the guild system entirely, in rural areas and villages, families made their own sausages from their own animals, following local traditions that might be generations old, but lacked the formal codification of urban production. Trade routes carried Germanic sausages far beyond their cities of origin. The Rhine River, Europe's great commercial highway, saw countless barrels of smoked sausages traveling north to the Low Countries and the Baltic ports. Overland routes carried them east into Poland and Bohemia, south over the Alps into Italy. Traveling merchants, soldiers, and pilgrims all encountered Germanic sausages and spread their reputation. This trade also spread knowledge. A butcher in Antwerp, receiving regular shipments of Frankfurt sausages, might attempt to replicate them. A Polish nobleman who'd acquired a taste for Viennese wieners while at the imperial court might hire a Germanic butcher to establish production on his estate. The techniques, the careful grinding, the precise spicing, the patient smoking, migrated outward from their Germanic heartland, though the original cities maintained their reputations for producing the authentic versions. By the late 1600s, Germanic sausage making had achieved a kind of perfection within its own terms. The guild system had standardized production while allowing for regional variation. Specific cities had established internationally recognized varieties. The social significance of sausages as daily sustenance, as festival food, as markers of status, was firmly embedded in Germanic culture. The techniques had been refined through 2 centuries of continuous practice and incremental improvement. But the world was changing. The 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, had devastated much of the German-speaking lands, killing perhaps a third of the population in some regions and disrupting the social order that had sustained the guild system. Economic transformations were beginning to erode the guild's monopolies, and across the Atlantic, European colonies were expanding into territories that would eventually become the United States, creating opportunities that would draw millions of Germans away from their homeland. These emigrants would carry their sausage-making traditions with them, transplanting Germanic techniques to a new world with different animals, different ingredients, and different social structures. The careful craft that had developed in Frankfurt and Vienna, in Nuremberg and Thuringia, would encounter American improvisation and eventually transform into something the guild masters of the 1600s would barely recognize. But that transformation was still generations away. For now, in the smokehouses and guild halls of the German-speaking world, the tradition stood at its apex, refined and confident, unaware that its greatest adventure still lay ahead. On October 6, 1683, a ship called the Concord arrived at the port of Philadelphia, carrying 13 families from the town of Krefeld in the Rhine region of Germany. These 33 passengers, Mennonites seeking religious freedom and economic opportunity, were not the first Germans to reach America, but they were the first organized group to establish a permanent settlement. They founded Germantown just outside Philadelphia, and in doing so began a migration that would eventually bring millions of Germans to American shores, and with them, their culinary traditions. Those early Germantown settlers were farmers and craftsmen, weavers and carpenters, but among them were men who knew how to slaughter animals and preserve meat. In the unfamiliar landscape of Pennsylvania, with its dense forests and harsh winters, the old-world techniques for making sausages proved immediately valuable. The animals were different. American hogs were leaner and wilder than their European cousins, but the fundamental principles remained sound. Grind the meat, season it carefully, stuff it into casings, smoke it for preservation. What had worked along the Rhine worked in the New World too. Through the early 1700s, German immigration to America continued in steady streams. Religious persecution, economic hardship, and political instability in the German states drove families westward across the Atlantic. Many settled in Pennsylvania, where William Penn had actively recruited German-speaking settlers with promises of religious tolerance and cheap land. By 1750, Germans made up nearly a third of Pennsylvania's population, concentrated in what became known as Pennsylvania Dutch country, Dutch being an anglicization of Deutsch. These German communities maintained their language, their customs, and their foodways with remarkable tenacity. In the villages and farms of Lancaster County and the Lehigh Valley, butchering traditions continued much as they had in the Old Country. Each fall, families gathered for communal hog slaughters, turning the work of processing animals into social events. The women prepared the casings while the men handled the butchering and grinding. Children turned the sausage stuffers, simple manual devices that pushed ground meat through funnels into the waiting casings. The resulting sausages fed families through the winter and provided a tangible link to the homeland many of them would never see again. But it was in America's growing cities that Germanic sausage making would truly take root and begin its transformation. As German immigration increased through the early 1800s, German butchers opened shops in urban centers, bringing professional expertise rather than just household traditions. In Philadelphia's Northern Liberties District and New York's Kleindeutschland, Little Germany, on the Lower East Side, German butcher shops became fixtures by the 1820s and 1830s. These urban butchers faced immediate challenges. The guild system that had regulated their craft in the old country didn't exist in America. Anyone could theoretically call themselves a butcher and set up shop. There were no official standards, no mandatory apprenticeships, no masterworks to be approved. This freedom was both liberating and threatening. It allowed for innovation and entrepreneurship, but also opened the door to competition from less skilled practitioners. The German butchers responded by building their reputations on quality and authenticity. Shop signs advertised "Echte deutsche Wurst," genuine German sausage, and customers who had grown up with real Frankfurters or Thuringian Bratwurst could tell the difference. A butcher who had completed his apprenticeship in Frankfurt or Munich brought knowledge that couldn't be easily replicated, and the German immigrant community patronized these shops specifically for their authentic products. In New York, by the 1840s, the blocks around Avenue A and Tompkins Square had dozens of German butcher shops. Men with names like Schmidt, Müller, and Hoffman displayed strings of sausages in their windows, some fresh and pale, others darkened by smoking, still others bright red from paprika or other spices. The shop smelled of garlic and smoke, black pepper and curing salts, aromas that transported customers back to market days in Cologne or Stuttgart. Philadelphia developed similar concentrations, particularly in the neighborhoods north of Market Street. Cincinnati, which by mid-century had such a large German population it was nicknamed Porkopolis, saw German butchers dominate the city's meatpacking industry. Milwaukee, founded in part by German immigrants, developed a Germanic culture so strong that German remained a common language there well into the 20th century, and German butcher shops lined its main streets. The ingredients available in America forced adaptations. American hogs, descended from semi-wild stock and fattened on corn, tasted different from European pigs raised on diverse diets. The fat was softer, the flavor less complex. German butchers adjusted their techniques, perhaps smoking a bit longer to compensate for the milder meat, or adjusting spice blends to enhance flavors that weren't as pronounced in American pork. Beef was more readily available in America than it had been in Germany, where cattle were primarily dairy animals and beef was relatively expensive. American butchers experimented with beef sausages or mixtures of beef and pork, creating varieties that would have been uncommon in the old country. Some traditional all-pork sausages gradually incorporated beef simply because it was cheaper and more available. The casings themselves presented challenges. sheep and hog intestines had to be sourced locally, and American slaughterhouses didn't always clean and prepare them to Germanic standards. Many butchers did this work themselves, spending hours cleaning and scraping intestines until they were suitable for stuffing. It was unglamorous labor, but essential. The casing affected everything from texture to cooking properties to shelf life. Spices could be even more problematic. While some spices were readily available through America's Atlantic trade connections, others were harder to source, especially outside major port cities. A butcher in Cincinnati might struggle to find the exact grade of white pepper he'd used in Bavaria, or the particular variety of marjoram that grew in his home region. Substitutions were necessary, and over time, these substitutions became their own tradition, creating American Germanic varieties that tasted similar to, but subtly different from their European ancestors. The beer garden tradition that Germans brought to America proved crucial in establishing sausages in American urban culture. Starting in the 1840s and 1850s, German immigrants opened beer gardens in American cities, outdoor spaces where families could gather to drink beer, eat German food, listen to music, and socialize in their own language. These establishments were revolutionary in American context, where drinking was often associated with rough saloons rather than family recreation. At these beer gardens, sausages were the perfect accompaniment to beer. Salty, fatty, flavorful. They complemented lagers and made customers thirsty for another glass. The gardens served traditional varieties: bratwurst, knockwurst, weisswurst. They also served them in traditional ways, with sauerkraut and mustard, on plates with dark bread and pickles. For German immigrants, beer gardens were spaces where they could recreate the social atmosphere of home. For non-German Americans who wandered in, they were exotic and appealing, offering glimpses into a different culture's approach to leisure and food. New York's Jones Wood and the Bowery hosted numerous beer gardens by the 1850s. Philadelphia's gardens clustered in the northern Liberties and along the Schuylkill River. Cincinnati's over-the-Rhine neighborhood was dense with them. Milwaukee's beer gardens became so famous they attracted visitors from across the Midwest. At all of them, sausages were central to the experience. These beer gardens served as cultural ambassadors, introducing non-German Americans to Germanic food traditions in an unthreatening, pleasurable context. A native-born American who might have been suspicious of immigrants could enjoy an afternoon at a beer garden, discover that German food was delicious, and begin to see German communities as contributors to American culture rather than foreign threats. The sausages themselves became less foreign, more familiar. The maintaining of Old World recipes in New World conditions created a kind of culinary time capsule effect. German butchers in America often preserved techniques that were evolving or disappearing in Germany itself. A butcher who had learned his craft in Frankfurt in 1820 and emigrated to Philadelphia in 1825 would continue making sausages the way he'd been taught, while butchers back in Frankfurt might be innovating or adapting to changing conditions. Decades later, his shop in Philadelphia might be more authentically Frankfurt style than contemporary Frankfurt itself. This preservation was both intentional and unconscious. Intentionally, immigrant communities clung to familiar foods as a way of maintaining identity and connection to homeland. Food was memory made tangible. The taste of a proper bratwurst could transport someone back to childhood in Bavaria. But unconsciously, isolation from the evolving trends of European sausage making meant American Germanic butchers developed their own trajectory, a branch that split from the main trunk and grew in a different direction. The second and third generations complicated this picture. The children and grandchildren of immigrants often straddled two worlds. They might speak English without accent, consider themselves American, and yet still grow up eating their grandmother's recipes and helping at their father's butcher shop. They might marry non-Germans, introducing Germanic food traditions into previously non-Germanic families. They might simplify or adapt recipes, either because the old ways seemed unnecessarily complicated or because customers wanted something different. By the 1850s, a distinctive German-American food culture had emerged in cities with significant German populations. It wasn't identical to contemporary German culture, nor was it fully American. It was something hybrid, maintaining strong connections to Germanic traditions while adapting to American conditions and beginning to influence American foodways more broadly. The sausages themselves reflected this hybridity. They were made using Germanic techniques and recipes, but from American ingredients. They were sold in shops that looked German, bore German names, and employed German butchers, but increasingly served mixed clientele. They appeared at German beer gardens, but also at American celebrations and gatherings where German Americans participated in broader civic life. The political upheavals of 1848 in the German states brought a new wave of immigration, the 48ers, often more educated and politically conscious than earlier economic migrants. These refugees from failed revolutions brought with them not just sausage-making traditions, but also a sophisticated urban culture, progressive politics, and connections to German intellectual and artistic life. They founded German-language newspapers, singing societies, and cultural organizations. They opened restaurants and beer halls that were more cosmopolitan than the earlier, more rural-influenced establishments. This wave of immigration strengthened German cultural institutions in American cities and increased the visibility of German foodways. By the mid-1850s, German sausages were no longer exotic curiosities, but familiar elements of urban American life, at least in cities with substantial German populations. Non-Germans had learned to appreciate them, even if they couldn't always pronounce their names correctly or distinguish between different varieties. The ingredients were American, the techniques were German, and the result was something new. Not quite old world, not quite new, but a fusion that worked. The sausages satisfied American appetites while maintaining enough authenticity to please German immigrants who remembered the taste of home. They were affordable, flavorful, and practical, qualities that appealed across ethnic and class lines. By the mid-1800s, German sausages were firmly established in American cities, particularly in German neighborhoods, where traditional butcher shops thrived and beer gardens flourished. The foundation was laid, the skills, the shops, the customer base, the cultural infrastructure. but the transformation from traditional Germanic sausages into something distinctly American, cheaper, faster, simpler, more democratic, was about to begin. The conditions that would create the hot dog were falling into place, waiting for the perfect convergence of urbanization, street food culture, and American ingenuity to ignite the transformation. The transformation from traditional German sausage to American hot dog didn't happen in a single moment or through one person's innovation. Instead, it emerged gradually through the 1860s and 1870s as multiple factors converged: the rise of street food culture, the growth of American leisure industries, and the simple practical problem of how to serve hot sausages to people who were standing up, walking around, or didn't have access to plates and utensils. The question of who first placed a sausage in a bread roll, the defining characteristic that separates a hot dog from its German ancestors, has multiple competing answers, each with passionate advocates. In Germany itself, some accounts suggest that street vendors had been serving sausages with bread for convenience as early as the 1830s, though typically the bread was on the side rather than wrapped around the sausage. The innovation wasn't the combination of sausage and bread, which was ancient, but rather the specific configuration that made them a single, portable unit. One persistent story credits a German immigrant named Antonius Ludwig Feuchtwanger, who allegedly sold sausages at the St. Louis World's Fair in the 1880s. According to this account, he initially loaned white gloves to customers so they could hold the hot sausages without burning their fingers. But when many customers walked off with the gloves, he asked his brother-in-law, a baker, to create long, soft rolls to hold the sausages instead. The story is appealing in its logic. It solves a real problem in an elegant way, but documentation is scarce, and the dates don't align well with other evidence. Another claim comes from Frankfurt, Germany itself, where some historians point to a baker named Johann Georg Lahner, who emigrated to Vienna in the late 1700s and supposedly served sausages in rolls there. But this predates the American innovation by decades and lacks clear documentation of the specific serving style that would define the hot dog. What's more firmly documented is the work of Charles Feltman, a German immigrant from Hanover who arrived in New York as a teenager in the 1850s. By 1867, Feltman was working as a pie wagon vendor on Coney Island, which was rapidly developing from a remote beach into a popular resort destination for New York's working and middle classes. The trip from Manhattan took an hour by steamboat or train, and thousands made the journey on summer weekends and holidays. Feltman recognized an opportunity. Coney Island visitors wanted hot food, not just his pies, but setting up a full restaurant would require capital he didn't have. According to accounts from the period, Feltman commissioned a wagon with a small stove that could keep sausages hot and rolls warm. He began selling frankfurters in elongated rolls for 10 cents each, a combination that customers could eat while walking, sitting in the sand, or riding the attractions. The innovation was partly in the serving method. The sausage nestled lengthwise in a split roll, and partly in the context. This wasn't a sit-down meal at a German restaurant or beer garden. It was fast, casual, and suited to the chaotic, festive atmosphere of Coney Island. Feltman's stand was so successful that by the 1870s, he'd built it into a full restaurant and hotel complex that could serve thousands of customers a day. By the 1890s, Feltman's employed dozens of workers and sold hundreds of thousands of frankfurters annually. But Feltman wasn't alone. Through the 1870s and 1880s, other vendors in New York, Chicago, and other cities were arriving at similar solutions. The specific origin matters less than the pattern. Wherever you had German immigrants selling sausages, American customers wanting portable food, and contexts that demanded quick service, the hot dog in a bun configuration emerged as the obvious answer. Street vendors and pushcarts became the primary delivery mechanism for this new food form. In New York's immigrant neighborhoods, pushcart vendors sold everything from pickles to pretzels to sausages. The carts were simple affairs, basically boxes on wheels with small charcoal or wood stoves to keep food hot. A vendor might push his cart to a busy corner in the morning, spend the day selling, and push it home at night. For German immigrants with butchering skills but little capital, a pushcart represented an achievable entry into business. The cart itself might cost $10 or $20, the sausages and rolls perhaps another few dollars, and a vendor could be in business. The margins were thin, selling sausages for 5 or 10 cents when the ingredients and fuel cost perhaps 3 cents. But for a hard-working man, it was possible to support a family. These vendors congregated where crowds gathered, near factories at lunchtime, outside theaters and music halls in the evenings, at ferry terminals and train stations. They sold to working men who had 30 minutes for lunch and needed something filling and cheap. They sold to immigrants who recognized familiar food from home. They sold to curious Americans who were willing to try something new if it didn't cost much. Chicago developed its own vibrant pushcart culture. The city's German population concentrated in neighborhoods on the north and northwest sides, supported numerous sausage vendors. Chicago's stockyards and meatpacking plants made fresh sausages readily available and cheap. By the 1880s, sausage carts were as common in Chicago as they were in New York, serving a similar working-class clientele. The sausages themselves were evolving. Street vendors needed products that could sit on a small stove for hours without drying out or becoming unappetizing. The traditional German sausages, designed to be fried or grilled fresh or served cold after smoking, didn't always work well in this context. Vendors began favoring sausages that were fully cooked and smoked before they ever reached the cart, needing only to be reheated. This meant softer textures, higher moisture content, and often a bit more fat to keep them juicy. The term Dachshund sausage appeared sometime in the 1860s or 1870s. The exact origin is unclear, but the nickname spread quickly. The comparison was obvious. The long, thin German sausages resembled the long, low-slung German hunting dogs. The term appeared in newspaper advertisements and accounts of street food. It was both descriptive and slightly humorous, carrying a gentle mockery that nonetheless conveyed affection. This nickname reflected the hot dog's ambiguous cultural status. It was German in origin, but becoming American in practice. It was food that respectable German immigrants might serve at beer gardens, but also food sold by pushcart vendors on street corners. It was exotic enough to be interesting, but familiar enough to be unthreatening. The Dachshund reference captured this in-between status, decidedly German, slightly comic, but ultimately appealing. The 1880s saw sausages begin appearing in a context that would prove transformative. Baseball parks. Baseball was emerging as America's pastime, with professional leagues forming and teams building dedicated stadiums. These parks needed concessions, food and drink to sell to crowds who might spend several hours watching a game. Chris von der Ahe, owner of the St. Louis Browns, is often credited with introducing sausages to ballparks in the mid-1880s. Von der Ahe was himself a German immigrant who'd made money running a saloon and beer garden before buying the baseball team. He understood that spectators wanted beer and food, and he knew sausages were profitable, portable, and popular with German-American fans. His vendors walked through the stands selling sausages in rolls, shouting their wares and making change while the game continued. The combination of sausages and baseball proved remarkably durable. The food matched the pace and nature of the game. You could eat it with one hand while watching the action. It was cheap enough to buy on impulse, and the salty, savory taste paired well with beer. Other teams quickly copied the innovation, and by the 1890s, sausage vendors were standard at professional baseball games across the country. What made hot dogs succeed where other street foods might have failed was their unique combination of qualities that matched the rhythms of industrial America. They were fast. A vendor could hand one over in seconds, crucial when factory workers had only minutes for lunch, or when crowds were pouring out of theaters and needed quick food. They were cheap, affordable even for low-wage workers, important in an era when most working families lived close to the edge economically. They were filling. The combination of meat, bread, and fat provided substantial calories and satisfaction, enough to sustain someone through an afternoon of physical labor. They required no utensils, no plates, no sitting down. You could eat while walking, while standing in a crowd, while rushing between one obligation and another, and they were reliably consistent. A sausage in a bun from one vendor tasted much like one from another vendor, creating a standardized product in a rapidly standardizing society. The urban landscape of 1880s America was perfect for hot dogs. Cities were growing explosively as immigrants poured in, and rural Americans moved to urban centers seeking factory work. These cities were crowded, fast-paced, and structured around industrial time. The whistle that signaled lunch breaks, the clock that governed when workers could eat. Traditional sit-down meals became luxuries that many working people could only afford in the evening. Street food filled the gap. For a factory worker in Chicago's Stockyard District or a garment worker in New York's Lower East Side, the pushcart vendor represented not just convenience, but necessity. Home was far away, the lunch break was short, and money was tight. A hot sausage in a bun for 5 cents solved all these problems simultaneously. Women were entering the paid workforce in increasing numbers, particularly young unmarried women in factories and shops. These women often lived in boarding houses or shared rooms, without facilities for cooking elaborate meals. Street food, including hot dogs, provided essential nutrition for this emerging demographic. The cheap, quick lunch wasn't a luxury. It was what made their participation in the industrial economy possible. Immigrants from non-German backgrounds increasingly bought hot dogs, attracted by the low price and substantial meal. Irish workers, Italian immigrants, Eastern European Jews, all became customers at sausage carts. The hot dog was crossing ethnic boundaries, becoming less specifically German and more generally American working-class food. A Polish immigrant and an Irish laborer might have little else in common, but they could stand side by side at the same pushcart, eating the same lunch. The speed and convenience factor extended beyond just eating. For vendors, hot dogs were ideal merchandise. They didn't require extensive preparation at the cart. They didn't spoil quickly like some foods. And the profit margin, while small per unit, could add up when you sold hundreds daily. A successful vendor might employ family members or hire helpers during busy periods, creating small businesses that supported multiple people. By the 1890s, the essential form of the hot dog was established, a German-style sausage in an elongated bun, sold from carts and stands, eaten quickly without formality, priced for working-class customers, and available wherever crowds gathered. It had largely shed its specifically German associations. You didn't need to be German, or particularly like German food, to eat hot dogs. They'd become urban American food, as characteristic of American cities as streetcars and tenement buildings. The vendors themselves were increasingly diverse. While many were still German immigrants, others came from various backgrounds, recognizing an accessible business opportunity. The knowledge required, how to keep sausages hot, how to serve customers quickly, how to find good spots for your cart, was simple enough that it could be learned by anyone willing to work hard. Yet the food still lacked a defining American name. Frankfurter was too German and too formal. Sausage in a bun was too descriptive and clumsy. Dachshund sausage was closer, but still tied to German associations. As the century turned, this convenient food that had become essential to American urban life needed a catchier name, something snappier and more American. The ingredients were all in place: the food itself, the serving style, the cultural context, the mass market. What was missing was the linguistic innovation that would complete the transformation, the moment when American vernacular would claim this German immigrant food as its own and give it a name that would last forever. The story most often told about the origin of the term hot dog is appealingly specific, but almost certainly false. According to this popular account, sports cartoonist Thomas Aloysius Tad Dorgan attended a baseball game at the New York Polo Grounds in 1901, saw vendors selling Dachshund sausages, and drew a cartoon of a dachshund in a bun. Unable to spell dachshund, simply labeled it hot dog. The story is perfect. A specific date, a named individual, a logical explanation. The only problem is that no one has ever found this cartoon, despite extensive searches through newspaper archives. What researchers have found instead are earlier printed references to hot dogs that predate Dorgan's alleged coining. The Yale University student newspaper, the Yale Record, used the term hot dog in 1895, though in a context that suggests it might have already been in circulation. A New Jersey newspaper, the Paterson Daily Press, printed hot dog in 1892, and college students at various universities were using hot dog as slang by the mid-1890s, sometimes to mean the food, and sometimes as an exclamation of approval or enthusiasm. The most likely explanation is that hot dog emerged organically from multiple sources in the 1890s. The leap from Dachshund sausage to hot dog is linguistically natural. Both dogs, both long and low. College students, known for slang innovation, probably played a role. Street vendors might have shortened the unwieldy Dachshund sausage to something quicker to shout. The term spread through informal channels, overheard conversations, campus dining halls, street corners, before appearing in print with increasing frequency in the late 1890s and early 1900s. By 1906, hot dog was common enough that the American Chamber of Commerce's bulletin referenced it without explanation, suggesting readers would understand the term. That same year, the Coney Island Chamber of Commerce banned the term from signs, considering it too informal and potentially off-putting middle-class visitors. The ban didn't stick. By then, hot dog was too embedded in American vernacular to be legislated away. The new name coincided with, and perhaps accelerated, the food's popularization. Hot dog was distinctly American, casual, direct, slightly irreverent. It shed the German associations of Frankfurter or Wiener, while maintaining a playful acknowledgement of the food's origins. It was democratic, a term that working people and college students could both use comfortably. And it was memorable, the kind of name that stuck in your mind and rolled off your tongue easily. Coney Island, already important in the hot dog's development, became even more central in the early 1900s. The beach resort was reaching its peak as New York's premier leisure destination. On hot summer weekends, hundreds of thousands of people crowded the beach, boardwalk, and amusement parks. They came from Manhattan's tenements and Brooklyn's neighborhoods, riding trolleys and elevated trains to escape the city's oppressive heat. Charles Feltman's restaurant complex, built on his original hot dog success, had grown into an empire by 1900. His establishment featured multiple dining rooms, a beer garden, a carousel, and a Bavarian village. On busy days, Feltman's served tens of thousands of customers. His Frankfurters, he resisted the hot dog terminology, remained the signature offering, but the operation had expanded far beyond simple pushcart origins. Feltman's employees included a young Polish immigrant named Nathan Handwerker, who worked as a roll slicer and observed the business carefully. Handwerker saw opportunity where others saw only employment. He noticed that Feltman sold hot dogs for 10 cents, but that the actual cost to produce them was much lower. He also understood that Coney Island's working-class visitors would buy even more hot dogs if the price was lower. In 1916, Handwerker and his wife Ida opened a small hot dog stand at the corner of Surf and Stillwell Avenues, selling hot dogs for 5 cents, half Feltman's price. The price cut was aggressive, even risky. Feldman's supporters whispered that handworkers' hot dogs must be inferior, made from questionable meat, to sell so cheaply. Handworker responded with a clever marketing strategy. He hired men to stand outside his counter, wearing white coats and stethoscopes, posing as doctors. The message was clear. If doctors eat here, the food must be clean and safe. Whether real doctors ever actually stood there is questionable, but the theatrical display worked. Nathan's Famous was born, and it would eventually outlast and outgrow Feltman's original empire. Nathan's success reflected broader changes in hot dog culture. The price point mattered enormously. 5 cents for a substantial meal was accessible to almost anyone. A family with limited means could treat their children to hot dogs at Coney Island without financial strain. The hot dog was becoming even more democratic, even more, essentially, American. The early 1900s saw hot dogs spread beyond urban immigrant neighborhoods into mainstream American leisure culture. They appeared at county fairs and state fairs throughout the country, served from wooden stands decorated with bunting and flags. They were sold at circuses and traveling shows. They became fixtures at beach resorts from Atlantic City to California. Anywhere Americans gathered for recreation, hot dogs followed. This association with leisure was important. Hot dogs weren't just necessity food for rushed workers anymore. They were also pleasure food, associated with good times and relaxation. A hot dog at Coney Island wasn't just fuel. It was part of the experience, a ritual element of a day at the beach. A hot dog at the ballpark wasn't just lunch. It was participation in American pastime, a sensory component of the game itself. Baseball's relationship with hot dogs deepened during this period. By 1910, hot dog vendors were standard at professional baseball parks nationwide. They had developed their distinctive cry, "Hot dogs, get your hot dogs here," shouted in a rhythmic cadence designed to carry across the stands. Vendors carried boxes strapped around their necks or slung over shoulders, making their way through crowded rows, making change while games continued around them. The vendors themselves became minor celebrities at their home parks. Regular fans knew them by name and had favorite vendors. The ritual of buying a hot dog at the ballpark, catching the vendor's eye, signaling, receiving the hot dog passed down the row while money passed back, became as much a part of baseball culture as the seventh inning stretch. For immigrants and their children, buying hot dogs at baseball games was a way of participating in American culture, claiming their place in American leisure. World War I presented an unexpected challenge to hot dogs' growing dominance. When the United States entered the war against Germany in 1917, anti-German sentiment swept the country. German Americans faced suspicion, hostility, and sometimes violence. German-language newspapers were shut down. German street names were changed. Orchestras stopped performing German composers. Even German shepherd dogs were renamed Alsatians to avoid German associations. Food with German names came under particular scrutiny. Sauerkraut became Liberty cabbage. Hamburgers became Liberty steaks or Salisbury steaks. And there were efforts to rebrand Frankfurters and Wieners as Liberty sausages. Government officials and food producers promoted the new name, hoping to sever the connection to Germany and maintain sales. But Liberty sausage never caught on. The hot dog, by this point, had become too American to be damaged by its German origins. The name hot dog itself helped. It contained no obvious German reference, unlike Frankfurter or Wiener. More importantly, hot dogs had become so woven into American daily life and leisure that they transcended their ethnic origins. They weren't German food anymore. They were American food that happened to have German roots. Where other German-associated foods struggled during the war years, hot dog consumption remained steady or even increased. Americans weren't willing to give up ballpark hot dogs, Coney Island hot dogs, or the familiar lunch from the corner pushcart. The hot dog had achieved something remarkable. It had been successfully naturalized, transformed from immigrant food into native food in just one generation. The period from 1890 to 1920 also saw the beginning of standardization. As hot dogs spread nationwide, the question of what exactly constituted a hot dog became relevant. Was it a specific type of sausage, or any sausage in a bun? Did it have to be pork, or could it be beef? Did the size matter? What about toppings? Were they part of the definition or individual choice? Regional variations were already emerging. In New York, hot dogs came with sauerkraut and brown mustard, a direct inheritance from German traditions. In Chicago, vendors were developing more elaborate toppings: mustard, onions, relish, tomato, pickles, sport peppers, all on a poppy seed bun. Detroit had its Coney Island hot dogs with chili sauce. Each region claimed its version was superior, but they all agreed on the basic format: sausage in elongated bun. The sausages themselves were becoming more standardized through industrial production, while pushcart vendors still bought from local butchers in many cases. Larger operations were emerging that could produce thousands of hot dogs daily. These producers developed consistent recipes, standardized sizes, and reliable quality controls. A hot dog from one batch tasted like a hot dog from another batch, creating the kind of consistency that would eventually enable national brands. The buns were standardizing too. Bakeries began producing buns specifically designed for hot dogs, longer and softer than traditional rolls, scored lengthwise to make splitting easier, sized to match the sausages. The bun itself became a product category, something bakeries made and vendors ordered by the hundreds. This standardization was partly practical. Mass production required consistency, but it was also cultural. Americans were coming to expect hot dogs to look and taste a certain way. A vendor who deviated too far from the emerging standard might find customers confused or dissatisfied. The boundaries were still flexible in the 1910s, but they were forming, creating expectations that would harden into tradition. The price point remained remarkably stable through this period. 5 cents was standard at most stands and carts, 10 cents at more upscale establishments. This consistency meant hot dogs remained accessible to working-class Americans even as other costs rose. During economic downturns or periods of inflation, hot dogs represented reliable value, a substantial meal at a predictable price. Street vendors remained crucial to hot dog distribution. In every major American city, vendors pushed their carts to busy corners, set up their small stoves, and served thousands of workers and pedestrians. Some cities began regulating these vendors more strictly, requiring licenses, inspecting sanitation, restricting where carts could operate. These regulations were partly about public health, but also reflected tensions between established restaurants and mobile competitors, and sometimes xenophobia directed at immigrant vendors. Despite regulations, the vendors persisted. For many immigrant families, a hot dog cart represented the first rung on an economic ladder. A man could start with a cart, save money, eventually open a stand, then perhaps a small restaurant. The hot dog business, with its low barriers to entry and reliable demand, enabled economic mobility for thousands of families. By 1920, the hot dog had completed a remarkable transformation. It had acquired a distinctly American name that stuck despite official opposition. It had survived wartime anti-German sentiment when other German-associated foods struggled. It had spread from immigrant neighborhoods to become a fixture of American leisure culture. It had begun standardizing into a recognizable, consistent product. And it had proven its economic resilience, remaining affordable and accessible through war and peace. The hot dog had its name and its market, established from Coney Island to Chicago, from baseball parks to county fairs. It was recognizably American, deeply embedded in American daily life and leisure. But it was still largely an artisanal product, made by butchers and small producers, distributed by independent vendors. The full force of American industrialization, mechanization, mass production, national distribution, corporate consolidation, had not yet transformed it. That transformation was coming, and it would make hot dogs ubiquitous in ways that even Nathan Handwerker couldn't have imagined. The mechanization that transformed American manufacturing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries came relatively late to hot dog production. But when it arrived, it revolutionized everything. Through the 1910s, most hot dogs were still made by hand, butchers grinding meat manually, mixing spices by feel and experience, stuffing casings using hand-cranked machines. The process was labor-intensive, limited in scale, and dependent on skilled workers who'd learned their craft through apprenticeship. Industrial capitalism was about to change all that. The meatpacking industry had already undergone massive consolidation and mechanization by 1900. Companies like Swift, Armour, and Cudahy had built enormous processing plants in Chicago, Kansas City, and other Midwest cities, transforming animal slaughter and butchering from craft work into assembly line operations. These plants processed thousands of animals daily, breaking them down with ruthless efficiency. Upton Sinclair's 1906 novel, The Jungle, had exposed the brutal conditions in these plants, leading to the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 and the Meat Inspection Act, which established federal oversight of meat processing. These large meat packers initially focused on fresh cuts and canned products, but by the 1910s, they recognized opportunity in processed meats like hot dogs. The sausage business had several attractive qualities. It used trimmings and cuts that couldn't be sold as premium meat. It had proven consumer demand, and the profit margins, while modest per unit, could be substantial at scale. What the industry needed was mechanization that could match the speed and efficiency of their other operations. The innovations came rapidly. Mechanical grinders that could process hundreds of pounds of meat per hour replaced the hand-cranked models that managed perhaps 20 or 30 pounds. Industrial mixers could blend meat, fat, spices, and water into uniform emulsions with consistent texture. Most significantly, new stuffing machines could fill casings continuously at speeds no human hand could match, producing uniform sausages in rapid succession. One company that embraced these innovations aggressively was Oscar Mayer and Company. Founded in Chicago in 1883 by a German immigrant, Oskar Ferdinand Mayer, the company had started as a traditional German delicatessen and butcher shop. By the 1910s, under the leadership of Oskar's son, Oskar Gustav Mayer, the company was transitioning to mass production. In 1929, Oscar Mayer introduced one of the first widely distributed branded hot dogs, packaged in distinctive yellow bands that identified them as Oscar Mayer Wiener Wurst. The branding was crucial. Previously, consumers bought hot dogs from local butchers or vendors with no consistent brand identity beyond perhaps the butcher's shop name. Oscar Mayer and other emerging producers recognized that if they could establish brand recognition, if consumers would specifically seek out their products, they could command premium prices and build customer loyalty. The yellow band became a promise of consistent quality and taste, an assurance that an Oscar Mayer hot dog in New York would taste the same as one in Los Angeles. Refrigerated rail cars, which had been developed in the 1870s but became truly efficient by the 1910s and 1920s, enabled this national distribution. Meat products could now travel thousands of miles without spoiling, meaning a plant in Chicago or Cincinnati could serve the entire country. This centralized production allowed for greater economies of scale, larger plants, more mechanization, lower per-unit costs. But it also meant local butchers and small producers faced competition from large corporations with vastly superior resources. The standardization this required was comprehensive. Industrial production demanded that hot dogs be identical, same size, same weight, same flavor, batch after batch, day after day. This meant recipes had to be precise, not based on a butcher's experienced eye, but on exact measurements and formulas. Meat had to be graded and sorted so that each batch had consistent fat content and texture. Spices had to be purchased in bulk and blended to exact specifications. The casual adaptation that characterized artisanal production, using what was available, adjusting to seasonal variations, became impossible and undesirable. Size standardization emerged during this period. The hot dog industry settled on specific lengths and diameters that worked with standardized buns and fit neatly into standardized packaging. The most common size, about 6 inches long and roughly 3/4 of an inch in diameter, was determined partly by consumer preference and partly by industrial efficiency. Machines worked best when producing uniform products, and retailers preferred products that fit standardized display cases and packaging. One of the most significant technical innovations was the development of cellulose casings in the 1920s. Traditional sausage making had always used animal intestines, sheep casings for thin sausages, hog casings for thicker ones. These natural casings worked well, but had limitations. They were expensive, labor-intensive to prepare, variable in quality, and sometimes in short supply. More importantly, for industrial production, they were difficult to standardize. No two intestines were exactly alike. Cellulose casings, made from processed plant fiber, solved these problems. They were uniform in size and strength, available in unlimited quantities, and cheaper than natural casings. Industrial stuffing machines worked more reliably with cellulose casings, achieving speeds impossible with natural casings. The cellulose could be dyed to create the reddish-brown color consumers associated with smoked meat, even if the smoking process was abbreviated or eliminated entirely. The catch was that cellulose casings weren't edible. They had to be removed after cooking and before packaging. This added a processing step, but was easily mechanized. More significantly, it changed the texture and experience of eating hot dogs. Natural casings provided a satisfying snap when you bit into them, a textural quality that many consumers valued. Cellulose-cased hot dogs, once the casing was removed, had a softer, more uniform surface. Some producers maintained natural casings for premium products, but mass-market hot dogs increasingly used cellulose. The price drops that resulted from industrialization were dramatic. A hot dog that might have cost 10 cents in 1915 from an artisanal butcher could cost 5 cents from a vendor buying from mass producers by 1925, and as low as a nickel for a package of several from a grocery store by 1930. This wasn't just incremental improvement, it was a fundamental shift in accessibility. The economic implications were profound. Hot dogs had always been working-class food, but industrial production made them accessible even to the truly poor. During the Great Depression, which began with the 1929 stock market crash and persisted through the 1930s, hot dogs became crucial survival food for millions of struggling Americans. A package of hot dogs and some day-old bread could feed a family when other protein sources were unaffordable. Depression-era hot dog consumption was born of necessity rather than choice. Families that had once afforded steaks and roasts found themselves buying the cheapest protein available, and mass-produced hot dogs fit that description. Soup kitchens and charity organizations served hot dogs because they could be purchased in bulk cheaply and served quickly to large numbers of people. The hot dog's image suffered somewhat during this period. It became associated with poverty and desperation rather than pleasure and leisure. Yet this crisis also cemented hot dogs' place in American food culture. Millions of Americans who might never have eaten hot dogs regularly before the Depression discovered they weren't just cheap, but actually satisfying and reasonably nutritious. Children who grew up during the Depression eating hot dogs frequently developed lifelong associations with the food, sometimes nostalgic, sometimes more complex. The hot dog became part of the collective experience of surviving hard times. Regional styles flourished, even as national brands emerged, creating an interesting tension between standardization and local identity. Chicago developed its distinctive approach during this period, with Depression-era vendors competing partly on how elaborately they could dress a hot dog while keeping prices low. The classic Chicago dog, an all-beef hot dog on a poppy seed bun with yellow mustard, chopped onions, bright green relish, tomato slices, a pickle spear, sport peppers, and celery salt, but never ketchup, emerged in this era as vendors sought to maximize perceived value. The no ketchup rule, which Chicago hot dog purists would defend fiercely for generations, had practical origins. Ketchup was sweet and could mask the taste of inferior meat, so vendors using quality all-beef hot dogs avoided ketchup to differentiate themselves from competitors who might be using lower-grade products. The rule took on cultural significance, becoming a marker of authentic Chicago hot dog culture. But it started as business strategy. New York maintained simpler toppings. Sauerkraut and brown mustard remained standard, a direct link to German traditions. But New York also developed the dirty water dog. The street cart hot dogs kept hot in seasoned water throughout the day. The water, changed infrequently, took on flavor from the hot dogs themselves, creating a distinctive taste that New Yorkers came to associate with authentic street cart experience. This was partly necessity. Cart vendors needed simple methods that worked without electricity, but it became tradition. Detroit's Coney Island hot dog, despite the name's suggestion of New York origins, was distinctly Midwestern. Greek and Macedonian immigrants in Detroit took the basic hot dog and topped it with a beanless chili sauce, creating a hybrid that reflected their own culinary traditions, meeting American ingredients. By the 1920s and 1930s, Coney Island restaurants were Detroit institutions, serving hot dogs with chili, onions, and mustard in restaurants that stayed open 24 hours, feeding factory workers across all shifts. Los Angeles developed its own tradition with street vendors wrapping bacon around hot dogs and grilling them, a Mexican-influenced variation that reflected the city's demographics. The wrapped dogs, often served with grilled peppers and onions, represented cultural fusion, German sausage tradition, meeting Mexican street food culture in American context. These regional variations meant that hot dog was actually an umbrella term for related but distinct food items. A New Yorker in Chicago might order a hot dog and be surprised by the elaborate construction that arrived. A Chicagoan in New York might be disappointed by the simplicity. This regionalism persisted even as national brands worked to create standardized products, suggesting that local culture and tradition could resist homogenization, even in an industrializing food system. The large companies, Oscar Mayer, Armour, Swift, focused on consistency and distribution rather than regional variation. Their hot dogs were designed to be acceptable to the broadest possible market, not optimized for any particular regional taste. This created a two-tier system. National brands available everywhere, offering reliable if unexciting products, and local producers or vendors who maintained regional styles and competed on authenticity and tradition. Grocery stores became increasingly important distribution channels during this period. Before industrialization, hot dogs were primarily purchased from butchers or consumed at stands and carts. But packaged hot dogs that could sit in grocery store refrigerator cases changed the equation. Families could buy hot dogs to prepare at home, opening up new consumption occasions. The backyard cookout culture that would explode after World War II had its roots in this period, as families began grilling hot dogs at home rather than only eating them from vendors. The mechanization and mass production also changed labor dynamics in hot dog production. The skilled butchers, who'd once dominated sausage making, were increasingly replaced by factory workers operating machines. The knowledge required shifted from hands-on craft to machine operation and maintenance. This de-skilling meant lower wages. Machine operators earned less than skilled butchers, but it also meant production could scale almost infinitely, limited only by demand and capital for building factories. By the late 1930s, hot dog production had been thoroughly industrialized. Vast factories processed millions of hot dogs annually, distributing them nationwide through refrigerated rail networks. National brands competed for shelf space in grocery stores and contracts with vendors and restaurants. Prices had dropped to levels that made hot dogs accessible even during economic crisis. Regional styles had emerged and solidified, creating local traditions within national product categories. The artisanal era was ending, though it wouldn't disappear entirely. Small butchers would continue making traditional hot dogs for generations, and eventually artisanal production would experience a revival. But the dominant paradigm had shifted decisively toward industrial mass production. Hot dogs had become a commodity product, manufactured at scale, standardized in size and content, priced for maximum accessibility. Mass production meant millions could afford hot dogs, expanding the customer base far beyond urban workers and immigrant communities. But industrialization also meant distance, physical and conceptual, between consumers and production. When you bought hot dogs from a neighborhood butcher, you could see the shop, smell the smokehouse, perhaps even watch the grinding and stuffing. When you bought a package of mass-produced hot dogs from a grocery store, you had no direct connection to where or how they were made. That distance would raise questions about ingredients, about quality, about what exactly went into these convenient, affordable, ubiquitous products. Those questions were beginning to surface, and they would shape the hot dog story through the next several decades. The opacity of industrial food production created a problem that would haunt hot dogs for generations. Nobody could see what went into them anymore. When a neighborhood butcher made sausages in a small shop, customers could observe the process, recognize the cuts of meat being used, and ask questions. When hot dogs emerged from distant factories, sealed in packages, the production process became invisible. That invisibility bred suspicion, and suspicion bred rumors that would prove remarkably persistent. The foundation for this suspicion had been laid decades earlier. Upton Sinclair's 1906 novel, The Jungle, had exposed horrifying conditions in Chicago's meatpacking plants. Workers falling into rendering vats and being processed into lard, diseased animals butchered alongside healthy ones, rat droppings swept up with meat scraps. Sinclair had intended his novel as an indictment of capitalism and worker exploitation, but the public fixated on food safety. As Sinclair later remarked with frustration, "I aimed at the public's heart, and by accident I hit it in the stomach." The immediate result was the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act of 1906, establishing federal oversight of meat processing. But the images Sinclair had conjured, the casual contamination, the indifference to what went into processed meat, lingered in public consciousness. Even as regulations improved conditions, the suspicion remained that meatpackers would use absolutely anything they could get away with, especially in products like sausages, where the contents were ground beyond recognition. Hot dogs were particularly vulnerable to this suspicion. Their extreme affordability seemed almost too good to be true. How could real meat be sold so cheaply? The grinding and processing meant consumers couldn't identify what they were eating the way they could with a steak or pork chop. And the casual attitude many butchers and vendors had taken toward explaining ingredients didn't help. When asked what went into hot dogs, producers might joke about lips and assholes or everything but the squeal, phrases intended humorously, but that reinforced the impression that hot dogs contained unspeakable things. By the 1930s, jokes about hot dog contents were standard American humor. Vaudeville comedians built routines around the mystery meat theme. Magazine cartoons showed hot dog factories with conveyor belts carrying suspicious materials. The jokes reflected genuine anxiety disguised as humor, a cultural processing of fears about industrialization, about not knowing what you were eating, about the compromises of modern life. The rumors were darker and more specific. Urban legends circulated, claiming hot dogs contained ground horse meat, dog meat, or even cat meat. Some stories alleged that hot dogs were made from animals that had died of disease, from sawdust and filler, from the sweepings of slaughterhouse floors. These stories were passed person to person, told with conviction despite lacking evidence, each telling adding new embellishments. They were particularly common in immigrant communities where trust in American institutions was low and where memories of European food adulteration scandals remained fresh. Children heard these stories and repeated them, creating a peculiar psychological dynamic where kids regularly ate hot dogs while simultaneously believing disturbing things about their contents. The cognitive dissonance was resolved through compartmentalization. The stories existed in one mental space, the actual experience of eating hot dogs in another. But the stories persisted, passed from generation to generation, each cohort of children learning from older siblings or schoolyard gossip that hot dogs were made from mystery meat. The hot dog industry initially responded with defensiveness and dismissal. Trade associations issued statements affirming hot dog quality and safety, but these were often technical and legalistic, unconvincing to ordinary consumers. The fundamental problem was trust, or lack thereof. Why should people believe industry assurances when the production process remained opaque and when history suggested corporations would cut corners for profit? Federal meat inspection standards established in the 1920s and 1930s actually did regulate hot dog production fairly comprehensively. The U.S. Department of Agriculture established definitions for frankfurters and wieners, specifying that they must be made from pork, beef, chicken, or turkey, limiting the amount of fat and water they could contain, and prohibiting the use of non-meat fillers beyond minimal amounts. Inspectors visited processing plants regularly, checking sanitation and reviewing recipes. These regulations meant that by the 1930s and 1940s, hot dogs were actually reasonably well-defined and controlled products. The meat used was genuine meat, muscle tissue, fat, and some organ meats like hearts and trimmings, but not floor sweepings or diseased animals or any of the rumored horrors. The standard formula was typically about 60% lean meat, 30% fat, and 10% water and seasonings. The meat came from the same animals that provided other cuts: pigs, cattle, sometimes chickens, just from parts that couldn't be sold as steaks or roasts. The organ meats and trimmings included in many hot dogs were nutritious and edible. Things like hearts, tongues, and meat scraped from bones after major cuts were removed. In traditional European butchering, these were valued ingredients, not waste products. A pig's heart, properly prepared, was considered good eating. But American cultural attitudes had shifted. As industrial meat production made prime cuts affordable to more people, anything other than muscle meat became suspect, associated with poverty or inferior quality. So there was a gap between perception and reality. Hot dogs actually contained identifiable, inspected, regulated ingredients. But those ingredients weren't necessarily what consumers wanted to imagine. The industry's reluctance to be fully transparent about using hearts or trimmings or mechanically separated meat fed the suspicion. Better to say nothing than to confirm that hot dogs contain things that might sound unappetizing, even if they were perfectly wholesome. The cultural tension between popularity and suspicion created a peculiar situation. Hot dog consumption kept rising through the 1930s and 1940s, even as the rumors persisted. Americans ate hot dogs at baseball games, bought them from street vendors, served them at family picnics, all while harboring vague unease about their contents. The food's convenience and affordability and taste outweighed the anxiety, but the anxiety never fully disappeared. World War II complicated and ultimately strengthened hot dogs' position in American culture. The war required massive meat supplies for military forces overseas, and the government rationed meat for civilian consumption. Steaks and roasts became rare luxuries, available only with ration stamps and often impossible to find even then. Hot dogs, which used meat cuts less desirable for military rations, remained more available. The government actively promoted hot dogs and other processed meats as patriotic foods. Eating hot dogs meant you were doing your part for the war effort, leaving better cuts for soldiers fighting overseas. This messaging reframed hot dogs from cheap necessity to patriotic choice. Advertisements showed families happily eating hot dogs with captions about supporting the troops. Hot dog manufacturers secured military contracts, supplying armed forces with familiar, convenient food. The military's embrace of hot dogs was significant. Soldiers stationed around the world encountered hot dogs in mess halls and field rations. For many young men from rural areas or small towns, military service was their first extended exposure to hot dogs. They learned to associate them with camaraderie, with shared experience, with being part of something larger than themselves. When these veterans returned home after the war, they brought positive associations with hot dogs that counterbalanced pre-war anxieties. The war also accelerated technological developments in food processing and preservation that benefited hot dog production. Better refrigeration technology, improved packaging materials, and more efficient production methods were developed for military applications and then adapted for civilian use. Post-war hot dog production could achieve higher volumes, longer shelf life, and wider distribution than ever before. But the mystery meat question didn't disappear. If anything, the increased industrialization and scale of production made it more relevant. The hot dog factories of the late 1940s were enormous operations, producing millions of hot dogs weekly, shipping them thousands of miles, storing them for weeks or months. The distance between production and consumption had never been greater, and that distance sustained suspicion. There were also legitimate quality concerns. Some producers did push the boundaries of regulations, using as much fat and water as allowed, minimizing the amount of actual muscle meat, producing hot dogs that were technically legal but of minimal quality. The regulations set floors, not ceilings. They prevented the worst abuses, but didn't guarantee excellence. A cheap package of hot dogs might be safe and legal, but also somewhat unappetizing if you thought too hard about it. Consumer advocates began pushing for clearer labeling in the 1940s. They argued that packages should specify exactly what meat was included, what percentage was fat, whether organ meats or mechanically separated meat was used. The industry resisted, claiming such detail would confuse consumers and stigmatize perfectly good ingredients. The debate reflected broader tensions about consumer rights, corporate transparency, and government regulation. Some producers tried to turn transparency into competitive advantage. They advertised all beef hot dogs, implying that pork-beef mixtures were inferior. They promoted skinless hot dogs, made with cellulose casings that were removed, as more modern and appealing than traditional natural casing versions. They emphasized federal inspection and quality controls in their advertising. These efforts had mixed success. They differentiated products, but also reminded consumers that there were reasons to be concerned about hot dog quality. The Jewish community's relationship with hot dogs illustrated both the appeal and the complications of transparency. Kosher hot dogs, which had to meet religious dietary laws in addition to federal regulations, offered clear assurances. All beef, no pork, produced under rabbinical supervision. For Jewish consumers, kosher certification solved the mystery meat problem. They knew exactly what they were getting and could trust the supervision. This created a thriving kosher hot dog industry that eventually expanded beyond Jewish consumers to anyone seeking quality assurance. African American consumers in the 1940s often bought from small local producers rather than national brands, partly due to economic factors and partly due to community relationships and trust. Black-owned butcher shops in segregated neighborhoods provided alternatives to mass-produced hot dogs, maintaining some of the face-to-face relationship that had characterized pre-industrial food purchasing. These shops often emphasized quality and transparency as competitive advantages against cheaper but more mysterious, mass-produced alternatives. The post-war period saw the beginning of a pattern that would repeat throughout hot dog history. Anxiety about contents would surface, the industry would respond defensively, Some producers would attempt transparency as differentiation, regulations would tighten slightly, and consumption would continue growing despite, or perhaps because of the controversy. Hot dogs had achieved a kind of cultural immunity. They were too embedded in American life, too associated with positive experiences and memories to be seriously threatened by concerns about their contents. By 1950, hot dogs had survived decades of suspicion and mystery meat jokes, had been embraced by the military during wartime, and had become even more deeply woven into American culture. The questions about what went into them remained, but they'd become background noise rather than urgent concern. Most Americans had decided, consciously or not, that they didn't really want to know the details. The hot dogs tasted fine. They were cheap and convenient, and ignorance was perhaps more comfortable than knowledge. This was both triumph and vulnerability. Hot dogs had emerged from World War II more American than ever, ready for their golden age in the prosperity of the 1950s. Backyard barbecues, ballpark games, beach outings. Hot dogs would be everywhere, consumed by the billions. But the unresolved mystery meat question would remain, waiting to resurface whenever food safety concerns spiked or whenever consumers began questioning the industrial food system. The opacity that enabled hot dogs' triumph also ensured that suspicion would never fully disappear, creating a permanent tension at the heart of America's relationship with its most democratic food. The 15 years following World War II marked the apex of the hot dog's cultural power in America. The convergence of post-war prosperity, suburban expansion, automobile culture, and mass media created perfect conditions for hot dogs to achieve something approaching ubiquity. This was the era when hot dogs transcended mere food to become symbols of American leisure, family life, and democratic abundance. The suburban boom that reshaped America in the 1950s put millions of families into single-family homes with yards, and those yards needed to be used. The backyard barbecue emerged as a defining ritual of suburban life. Weekend gatherings where fathers presided over charcoal grills, mothers prepared side dishes, and children ran through sprinklers. Hot dogs were ideal for this new form of entertaining. They were cheap enough to feed crowds, simple enough that even inexperienced cooks could manage them, and universally appealing to children and adults alike. The backyard grill itself became a symbol of post-war masculinity and prosperity. Advertisements showed men in casual clothes, polo shirts and slacks, perhaps an apron, tending grills with the same focus and pride their fathers might have brought to more serious work. Grilling hot dogs wasn't cooking in the traditional sense, which remained women's domain inside the house. It was outdoor activity, almost sport, distinctly masculine and leisurely. The hot dog, which had begun as working-class street food, was now also middle-class suburban entertainment. This domestication of hot dog consumption represented a significant shift. For the first time, a substantial percentage of hot dogs were being consumed in private homes rather than purchased from vendors or eaten at public venues. Grocery stores expanded their hot dog offerings, with refrigerated cases displaying multiple brands and varieties. Families developed brand loyalties, specific preferences, Some swore by Oscar Mayer, others preferred regional brands, still others sought out kosher or all-beef varieties. But public consumption remained enormously important, particularly at baseball parks, where hot dogs had become inseparable from the experience of watching a game. By the 1950s, Major League stadiums had perfected hot dog service as both ritual and revenue source. Vendors worked the stands with practiced efficiency, their rhythmic calls, "Hot dogs here, get your hot dogs," as much a part of the ballpark soundscape as the crack of bat on ball or the roar of the crowd. The ballpark hot dog achieved an almost mythical status during this period. It wasn't just food, it was participation in American civic religion. Taking a child to their first baseball game and buying them a hot dog was a rite of passage, a way of transmitting culture across generations. The specific taste of a ballpark hot dog, slightly dried from sitting too long under heat lamps, dressed with bright yellow mustard, eaten from a paper boat while watching the game, became a sense memory that could instantly transport adults back to childhood. Different stadiums developed reputations for their hot dogs. Chicago's Wrigley Field and Comiskey Park served the city's distinctive style, all beef dogs loaded with vegetables and condiments. New York's Yankee Stadium and Polo Grounds offered simpler preparations that focused on the quality of the sausage itself. Fenway Park in Boston developed its own traditions. These variations meant that part of being a baseball fan was having opinions about your home team's hot dogs and comparing them to rivals. The highway expansion that crisscrossed America in the 1950s, culminating in the interstate highway system authorized in 1956, created new contexts for hot dog consumption. Roadside stands proliferated along major routes, offering quick, familiar food to travelers. These stands often featured distinctive architecture, giant hot dogs on the roof, buildings shaped like hot dog buns, bright signage visible from the highway. They represented a uniquely American approach to roadside commerce, where whimsy and functionality merged. Some of these stands became regional institutions. Taylor the Pup in Los Angeles, housed in a building shaped like a hot dog in a bun, opened in 1946 and became an iconic roadside attraction. Similar themed stands appeared throughout California and across the country. They embodied the optimism and playfulness of post-war America, where a business selling hot dogs could be designed as a giant hot dog and nobody questioned the logic. Drive-in restaurants took hot dog accessibility even further. These establishments, which peaked in popularity during the 1950s and early 1960s, allowed customers to remain in their cars while being served by car hops who brought food on trays that attached to car windows. Hot dogs were perfect drive-in food, easy to eat in a car, quick to prepare, appealing to the teenage customers who made drive-ins into social hubs. The drive-in culture merged automobiles, youth culture, and hot dogs into a distinctly American constellation. Sonic Drive-In, founded in 1953 in Oklahoma, made hot dogs central to their menu. A&W root beer stands, which had begun as root beer vendors, added hot dogs and became full-service drive-ins. These chains spread across suburban America, bringing standardized hot dog service to communities that might have only one or two local restaurants. The drive-in hot dog eaten in your car, perhaps while on a date, with rock and roll playing on the radio, was a different experience from the ballpark hot dog or the backyard barbecue hot dog, but equally emblematic of the era. Regional styles reached their mature forms during this golden age. Chicago's dragged through the garden style, the hot dog loaded with mustard, onions, neon green relish, tomato wedges, pickle spear, sport peppers, and celery salt on a poppy seed bun, never with ketchup, became codified as the Chicago dog. Vendors competed on execution of this standard rather than on innovation, and the style became inseparable from Chicago identity. Ordering a hot dog with ketchup in Chicago marked you as an outsider, someone who didn't understand the local culture. New York maintained its simpler aesthetic, the street cart dirty water dog with sauerkraut and brown mustard. But New York also saw the rise of Papaya King and similar establishments that paired hot dogs with tropical fruit drinks in stores that stayed open late into the night. These venues served post-bar crowds, theater-goers, and insomniacs, making hot dogs part of New York's 24-hour culture. The Coney Island hot dog, despite its New York name, reached its fullest expression in the Midwest and South. In Detroit, Coney Island restaurants became institutions, serving chili-topped hot dogs in establishments often run by Greek and Albanian immigrants. These restaurants developed fierce local loyalties, with Detroiters arguing passionately about which Coney Island made the best dogs. American Coney Island and Lafayette Coney Island, located next door to each other in Detroit, maintained a rivalry that lasted generations. In the South, chili dogs took on different characteristics. In West Virginia, a distinctive coleslaw-topped chili dog emerged as regional favorite. In the Carolinas, chili dogs incorporated regional barbecue traditions and preferences. Each variation reflected local tastes and ingredients while maintaining the basic hot dog foundation, creating a patchwork of American regional food culture, all built on Germanic sausage traditions. Television advertising transformed hot dogs from products into brands with personalities and stories. Oscar Mayer led this transformation with advertising campaigns that made the brand name synonymous with hot dogs for millions of Americans. The company understood that in an era of national distribution and supermarket shopping, brand recognition was everything. Their advertisements appeared during family programming, variety shows, sitcoms, sporting events, reaching entire households simultaneously. In 1963, Oscar Mayer introduced what would become one of the most successful advertising jingles in American history. "Oh, I wish I were an Oscar Mayer wiener." Written by a Chicago advertising executive, the jingle featured children singing about their desire to be an Oscar Mayer hot dog so that everyone would be in love with them. The song was absurd, but irresistibly catchy, and it worked brilliantly. Children across America sang the jingle, adults hummed it unconsciously, and Oscar Mayer hot dogs became the default choice for millions of families. The success of the Wiener jingle spoke to something deeper about hot dogs' place in American culture. By 1963, hot dogs had achieved a kind of innocence, an association with childhood and simple pleasures that transcended their industrial production and mysterious ingredients. The idea of a child wanting to be a hot dog wasn't disturbing but charming, suggesting that hot dogs represented something pure and desirable in American life. Other brands followed with their own campaigns. Armour, Swift, and regional producers all invested in television advertising, recognizing that brand loyalty translated directly to sales. The advertisements emphasized Americana, families gathered together, children playing, summer activities. Hot dogs weren't just food, they were the fuel for American happiness. Popular culture embraced hot dogs throughout this period. They appeared in movies as symbols of ordinary American life. The hot dog vendor was a stock character, the hot dog stand a typical location for working-class scenes. Television shows featured characters eating hot dogs, using them as shorthand for unpretentious, accessible food. Comic strips and cartoons referenced hot dogs constantly, treating them as universal and universally understood. The Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest, which Nathan Handwerker claimed had begun in 1916, but which was more likely formalized in the 1960s or 1970s, added competitive sport to hot dog culture. The contest, held annually at the original Coney Island location, challenged competitors to eat as many hot dogs as possible in a set time period. It was absurd and excessive, turning consumption into spectacle. But it captured something about American attitudes toward abundance and competition. Production and consumption statistics from this era document hot dogs' dominance. By the mid-1960s, Americans were consuming approximately 20 billion hot dogs annually, roughly 80 per person per year. The hot dog industry employed tens of thousands of workers in processing plants, distribution networks, and retail operations. Hot dogs represented a significant percentage of total meat consumption and an even larger percentage of processed meat consumption. The economic accessibility that had always characterized hot dogs remained, even as overall prosperity increased. A hot dog at a ballpark might cost a quarter, at a street stand, a dime or 15 cents, from a grocery store even less per unit when bought in packages. This meant hot dogs remained democratic food, available to wealthy suburban families at backyard barbecues and to working-class urban residents buying from street vendors. Few foods crossed class boundaries so thoroughly. The Golden Age also saw hot dogs become thoroughly naturalized as American food. The German origins were still acknowledged. Frankfurter and Wiener remained common terms, but they'd been fully Americanized. Hot dogs weren't immigrant food anymore. They were as American as baseball itself, which they'd become inseparably linked with. Children growing up in the 1950s and 1960s had no sense that hot dogs were anything other than fundamentally American. This period represented peak cultural consensus around hot dogs. Before the health consciousness of later decades, before serious challenges to industrial food production, before dietary diversity and food politics became prominent, hot dogs reigned supreme. They were cheap, tasty, convenient, familiar, and associated with positive experiences. They represented post-war prosperity and leisure, the ability to feed large groups without extensive preparation, the democratic availability of meat protein. Yet even at the height of popularity, subtle shifts were beginning. The same suburbanization and prosperity that had fueled hot dog consumption was also creating conditions for future challenges. More educated consumers with more choices would eventually ask harder questions about nutrition and ingredients. The environmental and health movements gestating in the early 1960s would soon challenge many aspects of industrial food production. And changing immigration patterns would bring new cuisines and new options that would compete with traditional American foods. But in the moment, in the summer of 1965, at ballparks and backyard barbecues, at drive-ins and roadside stands, hot dogs were simply everywhere, as ubiquitous and unremarkable as sunshine, as American as anything could be. Millions of children sang the Oscar Mayer jingle. Millions of adults ate hot dogs without thought or concern, and the industry that produced them operated at peak efficiency and profitability. The golden age was real, and for those who experienced it, hot dogs would forever carry associations with that particular moment of American confidence and contentment. At the height of its popularity, when hot dogs seemed permanently embedded in American life beyond any serious challenge, new health concerns would force Americans to reconsider what they were eating. The questions that had simmered quietly during the Golden Age were about to boil over, pushing hot dogs from unquestioned acceptance toward defensive justification and eventual transformation. The cultural consensus that had sustained hot dogs through their golden age began fracturing in the 1970s as Americans developed unprecedented interest in the relationship between diet and health. This wasn't entirely new. Nutrition science had been advancing throughout the 20th century, and concerns about food safety had periodically surfaced. But the 1970s saw a convergence of factors that made dietary health a mainstream concern rather than a niche interest. Better scientific understanding, more aggressive consumer advocacy, changing cultural attitudes, and media attention that brought technical debates into popular consciousness. The first major shock came in 1970 when researchers discovered that nitrites and nitrates, chemical compounds used to cure and preserve processed meats, including hot dogs, could combine with other compounds in meat to form nitrosamines, which were known carcinogens in laboratory animals. The science was complex and the risk levels debated, but the headline was simple and alarming. Hot dogs might cause cancer. Nitrites had been used in meat preservation for centuries, though processors hadn't understood their chemistry until the 20th century. They prevented botulism, maintained the pink color consumers expected in cured meat, and contributed to the distinctive flavor of hot dogs and similar products. The industry argued that nitrites were essential for safety. Without them, botulism risk increased significantly, and botulism was far more immediately dangerous than any theoretical cancer risk from nitrosamines. But to consumers increasingly wary of additives and chemicals, the argument that hot dogs needed cancer-causing compounds to be safe was hardly reassuring. Consumer advocacy groups, led by organizations like the Center for Science in the Public Interest, pushed for nitrite elimination, or at least significant reduction. They pointed out that other preservation methods existed, that the nitrite levels used in processed meats exceeded what was strictly necessary for safety, and that manufacturers prioritized color and flavor over health. The controversy played out through the 1970s in congressional hearings, scientific journals, and popular media. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, caught between industry lobbying and consumer concerns, commissioned additional studies. Some research suggested the cancer risk was minimal, particularly compared to other dietary risks. Other studies found concerning correlations between processed meat consumption and certain cancers. The scientific picture remained unclear, but the public relations damage was done. Hot dogs were now associated, however tenuously, with cancer. Simultaneously, broader concerns about fat and sodium content were emerging. The link between dietary fat, particularly saturated animal fat, and heart disease had been established by researchers like Ansel Keys in the 1950s and 1960s. By the 1970s, this knowledge was filtering into public consciousness. Americans were being told to reduce fat intake, and hot dogs, with their approximately 30% fat content, were obvious targets. Sodium presented similar issues. Research linked high sodium intake to hypertension and heart disease, and hot dogs were sodium dense, typically containing 400 to 500 milligrams per hot dog, a significant portion of recommended daily intake. For people managing blood pressure or concerned about cardiovascular health, hot dogs were increasingly problematic. The nutrition label requirements that took effect in the 1970s made these issues visible in ways they'd never been before. Previously, consumers might have known vaguely that hot dogs contained fat and salt, but now exact numbers appeared on packages. Seeing 15 grams of fat and 500 milligrams sodium in black and white changed the calculation for health-conscious shoppers. The transparency that consumer advocates had fought for had consequences the hot dog industry didn't appreciate. A different kind of health concern emerged around choking hazards, particularly for young children. Hot dogs' size and cylindrical shape made them anatomically dangerous. They could lodge in children's airways and block breathing. Pediatricians began warning parents about this risk in the 1970s, and tragic cases received media attention. The food that had been synonymous with childhood and family fun was now also associated with danger to children. The American Academy of Pediatrics issued guidelines recommending that hot dogs be cut lengthwise and then into small pieces before being given to young children. Some advocacy groups went further, calling for warning labels on hot dog packages or even redesigns of hot dogs to make them less dangerous. The industry resisted, arguing that choking was a supervision issue rather than a product design problem, but the negative publicity was damaging. Consumer Reports, the influential product testing magazine, conducted a comprehensive investigation into hot dog contents in 1972, publishing results that shocked many readers. They tested samples from numerous brands and found significant variations in quality, with some cheaper brands containing minimal actual meat and high levels of fat, water, and fillers. The report confirmed what skeptics had long suspected. Not all hot dogs were created equal, and some were barely deserving of the name. The magazine's laboratory analysis revealed that some hot dogs contained ground bone, cartilage, and other materials that, while technically legal under USDA regulations, seemed unappetizing when explicitly named. The report didn't claim hot dogs were dangerous or necessarily unhealthy, but it stripped away the comforting vagueness that had allowed consumers to avoid thinking too hard about contents. Reading about mechanically separated meat or partially defatted pork fatty tissue in consumer reports made backyard barbecues a bit less carefree. The hot dog industry faced a credibility crisis. Decades of mystery meat jokes had conditioned consumers to suspect the worst, and now authoritative sources were confirming that some of those suspicions had merit. The industry's initial response was defensive. Press releases emphasizing safety, federal inspection, and nutritional value. But defense wasn't enough. The industry needed to offer solutions that addressed consumer concerns while maintaining profitability. One strategy was premiumization through all-beef hot dogs. These had existed before the 1970s, particularly in kosher markets. But now manufacturers aggressively marketed all-beef hot dogs as superior products. The messaging was clear. Beef was more prestigious than pork, and all-beef hot dogs contained no mystery meats or questionable ingredients. Brands like Hebrew National built entire marketing campaigns around being all beef, suggesting this made them more authentic and trustworthy. The strategy worked, at least partially. All-beef hot dogs commanded premium prices, sometimes twice the cost of standard hot dogs, and many consumers willingly paid. Whether all-beef hot dogs were actually healthier was questionable. They still contained high fat and sodium, and they still used nitrites, but they felt cleaner, more honest. The ingredients were comprehensible: beef, water, salt, spices. No mysterious meat byproducts or processing ambiguities. Hebrew National's famous tagline, "We answer to a higher authority," introduced in 1965 but becoming more prominent in the 1970s, perfectly captured this positioning. The higher authority was ostensibly religious dietary law, but the implication was broader. These hot dogs met standards above and beyond federal requirements, answering to something more stringent than profit or convenience. For consumers anxious about industrial food production, this was powerfully reassuring. The most innovative industry response was the development of turkey and chicken hot dogs in the late 1970s and early 1980s. These addressed multiple concerns simultaneously. Poultry was perceived as healthier than red meat, with lower saturated fat. Turkey and chicken hot dogs typically contained less fat overall than traditional pork and beef versions, and they offered alternatives for people avoiding red meat for health, religious, or ethical reasons. Louis Rich introduced turkey hot dogs in 1972, and other manufacturers quickly followed. Initial consumer response was mixed. Turkey hot dogs tasted different, with a milder flavor some found bland, but manufacturers refined recipes and marketing. By the mid-1980s, turkey hot dogs occupied significant shelf space in grocery stores, positioned as the healthy alternative to traditional hot dogs. The marketing emphasized health benefits explicitly. Packages highlighted lower fat, less saturated fat, and fewer calories. Advertisements showed active, health-conscious families choosing turkey hot dogs as the smart option. This was new territory for the hot dog industry, which had traditionally emphasized taste, tradition, and value rather than health. The shift reflected broader changes in American food culture as health consciousness became mainstream. Chicken hot dogs emerged slightly later, offering similar benefits. Some manufacturers produced chicken-turkey blends. Others experimented with vegetarian hot dogs made from soy protein or other plant-based ingredients, though these remained niche products through the 1980s. The hot dog category, once relatively uniform, was fragmenting into multiple segments targeting different consumer priorities. Despite all these concerns, cancer risk, fat content, sodium levels, choking hazards, hot dog consumption remained stubbornly high through the 1970s and 1980s. Americans ate slightly fewer hot dogs than at the 1960s peak, but the decline was modest. By the mid-1980s, consumption still exceeded 15 billion hot dogs annually, over 60 per person per year. The health concerns had created anxiety and changed purchasing patterns toward premium and alternative versions, but they hadn't significantly reduced overall demand. This resilience reflected hot dogs' deep embedding in American culture and practice. The habits and associations built over decades, ballpark traditions, backyard barbecues, quick meals, persisted despite health information. Parents who'd grown up eating hot dogs continued serving them to their own children, perhaps opting for turkey or all beef versions, but maintaining the practice. Ballparks still sold hot dogs by the thousands, and fans still bought them, health concerns notwithstanding. The persistence also reflected the limited alternatives available in the 1970s and early 1980s. American food culture was less diverse than it would become in subsequent decades. Fast food options beyond burgers and hot dogs were limited. Ethnic cuisines were available in major cities, but not widely accessible elsewhere. For quick, cheap, familiar food, particularly for children, hot dogs remained a default option that most families continued using. There was also a generational divide in responses to health concerns. Older Americans who'd come of age during hot dogs' golden years were less likely to change behavior based on newly publicized health risks. They'd eaten hot dogs for decades without apparent harm, and abstract warnings about cancer risk or cardiovascular disease competed poorly with established habits and positive associations. Younger adults, particularly those coming of age in the health-conscious 1970s, were more likely to reduce hot dog consumption or switch to alternative versions. Economic factors played a role too. The 1970s saw significant inflation and periodic recessions that squeezed family budgets. Hot dogs remained among the cheapest protein sources available, and for families struggling economically, health concerns were a luxury compared to feeding children affordably. A package of hot dogs cost less than almost any other meat option, and that price advantage overwhelmed health considerations for many families. The hot dog industry learned important lessons during this period about consumer communication and product diversification. The defensive posture of the early 1970s, denying problems, emphasizing federal inspection, dismissing concerns, had failed to reassure consumers. The more successful approach was acknowledging concerns and offering solutions. All beef hot dogs for those wanting simpler ingredients. Turkey hot dogs for those wanting lower fat. Reduced sodium versions for those managing blood pressure. This strategy of segmentation and differentiation would characterize the industry going forward. Rather than defending the traditional hot dog against all criticism, manufacturers developed product lines targeting different consumer segments. Price-conscious shoppers could still buy cheap hot dogs. Health-conscious consumers could choose turkey or all beef. Those wanting traditional taste could find that too. The hot dog category expanded to accommodate different priorities rather than forcing all consumers into one standard product. By the late 1980s, hot dogs had weathered the storm of health concerns without collapsing, but also without emerging unscathed. The aura of innocence that had characterized the golden age was gone, replaced by more complicated attitudes. Hot dogs were still widely consumed and culturally significant, but they were now also objects of scrutiny and debate. The automatic acceptance had given way to conscious choice. People still ate hot dogs, but they thought about it more. The health debates would intensify in subsequent decades as nutrition science advanced and as alternative food options multiplied. But the hot dog's place in American culture was too entrenched to disappear. The traditions were too strong, the nostalgia too powerful, the convenience too valuable, and the taste too familiar. Hot dogs would continue evolving, adapting to health concerns and changing tastes, but they would also continue existing, a testament to the durability of cultural habits and the persistence of foods that serve multiple purposes beyond mere nutrition. The transformation that began in the 1980s and accelerated through the 1990s represented something unprecedented in hot dog history. The food that had always been defined by accessibility, affordability, and democratic uniformity was splitting into multiple distinct categories, with some versions becoming expensive, exclusive, and aspirational. The hot dog was experiencing both upward and downward mobility simultaneously, becoming cheaper and more generic in some contexts while becoming gourmet and artisanal in others. The first specialty hot dog shops that appeared in major cities in the early 1980s were curiosities, entrepreneurs experimenting with what seemed like a contradiction in terms. How could you build a restaurant around hot dogs, which were fundamentally cheap and simple? But these pioneers understood that the hot dog's very ubiquity created opportunity. Everyone knew hot dogs, everyone had eaten them, which meant everyone could appreciate elevated versions that improved on the familiar. Places like Pink's in Los Angeles, which had actually opened in 1939 but found new relevance in the 1980s, demonstrated the model. They offered hot dogs, yes, but with more care in sourcing, more creativity in toppings, and more attention to execution than typical vendors. The dogs were griddled properly. The buns were fresh and steamed. The toppings were abundant and high quality. It was still recognizably a hot dog stand, but the experience was elevated just enough to justify slightly higher prices and to make it a destination rather than just a convenience. Portillo's in Chicago, which expanded significantly during the 1980s and 1990s brought the city's hot dog tradition into a casual dining format. The restaurants were larger and more comfortable than traditional hot dog stands, with seating and more extensive menus. But hot dogs remained central. They executed the classic Chicago style with obsessive attention to detail, the precise ratio of toppings, the quality of the Vienna beef dogs, the poppy seed buns sourced from specific bakeries. For Chicago natives, Portillo's represented their hot dog tradition, scaled up and refined. The most significant innovation was the introduction of exotic sausage varieties presented in hot dog format. Bratwurst had been available in German neighborhoods and Wisconsin for generations, but in the 1990s, it began appearing on menus alongside traditional hot dogs at specialty shops and even at some ballparks. The bratwurst was larger, coarser textured, and more distinctly flavored than standard hot dogs. But served in a bun with toppings, it occupied the same cultural space. Chorizo, the spicy Spanish and Mexican sausage, followed a similar trajectory. Served in a bun, perhaps with grilled peppers and onions, it became a hot dog alternative that appealed to customers seeking bolder flavors. Italian sausages, both sweet and hot varieties, made the same transition, moving from ethnic enclaves into mainstream hot dog contexts. Suddenly, ordering a dog might mean choosing between traditional Frankfurter, bratwurst, chorizo, or Italian sausage, all served in similar formats, but offering distinct taste experiences. This diversification reflected larger changes in American food culture. Immigration patterns had shifted after the 1965 Immigration Act, bringing more people from Latin America, Asia, and other regions. These new immigrants brought different food traditions, and second-generation Americans who'd grown up with both American and ethnic foods expected more variety. The monoculture that had characterized 1950s American food was giving way to pluralism. Vegetarian hot dogs evolved from niche health food store oddities into mainstream products during this period. Early versions, typically made from soy protein or wheat gluten, were often disappointing, pale imitations that satisfied neither vegetarians nor hot dog enthusiasts. But manufacturers improved formulations through the 1990s, developing products that better approximated the texture and flavor of meat hot dogs. Companies like Eve's Veggie Cuisine and Lightlife introduced vegetarian hot dogs that achieved reasonable commercial success. They weren't targeting vegetarians exclusively. Many omnivores bought them for health reasons or as occasional alternatives. The existence of viable vegetarian hot dogs opened the category to people who'd avoided hot dogs for ethical or dietary reasons, expanding the total market while fragmenting it further. Kosher hot dogs, which had always existed as a specialty category, gained broader market share during this period. Hebrew National, which had built its reputation on kosher certification and all-beef content, positioned itself as a premium brand available in mainstream supermarkets nationwide. The kosher certification served as a quality signal even for non-Jewish consumers, suggesting stricter standards and more careful production. By the 1990s, Hebrew National hot dogs were competing directly with Oscar Mayer and other mass-market brands, commanding premium prices based on perceived quality rather than religious requirements. Regional-style wars intensified during the 1990s, with cities becoming increasingly defensive about their hot dog traditions. Chicago's no ketchup rule, which had existed informally for decades, was now articulated explicitly and defended aggressively. Hot dog vendors posted signs, "We don't have ketchup, don't ask." Food writers penned essays explaining why ketchup was inappropriate. It was too sweet. It masked flavors. It was for children. It violated the balanced flavor profile of a proper Chicago dog. The rule was partly practical. Traditional Chicago dogs had so many other toppings that ketchup was unnecessary. But it had become identity politics. Refusing ketchup was a way of asserting Chicago's distinctiveness, of resisting homogenization. The tourists and transplants often violated the rule, only reinforced locals' sense of possessing special knowledge. The ketchup debate, absurd on its surface, reflected deeper anxieties about authenticity, tradition, and cultural preservation. New York maintained its own competing claims to hot dog supremacy. The dirty water dogs sold from street carts remained iconic, but New York also claimed historical primacy. Nathan's Famous was, after all, a New York institution, and Coney Island was the birthplace of hot dog culture. New York food writers argued that less was more, that New York's simpler approach showcased the hot dog itself rather than drowning it in excessive toppings. Detroit defended its Coney Island tradition, pointing out that Detroit had more establishments called Coney Island than actual Coney Island did. Cincinnati claimed its own cheese coney variety. Los Angeles promoted bacon-wrapped street dogs. These regional variations weren't new, but the 1990s saw them explicitly articulated and defended in ways that suggested hot dogs had become vehicles for local identity in an increasingly standardized national culture. Baseball parks, which had always been hot dog strongholds, began experimenting with premium offerings during the 1990s. The basic ballpark hot dog, kept warm in metal rollers or water baths, served quickly and cheaply, remained available. But some parks added specialty stands offering gourmet versions. At these stands, you might find all-beef dogs, specialty toppings, even imported sausages from specific regions. The price differential was significant, perhaps 2 or 3 times the cost of a standard ballpark dog, but the market existed. This stratification within ballparks mirrored broader economic trends. The 1980s and 1990s saw increasing income inequality, with wealthy consumers willing and able to pay premium prices for superior products, while budget-conscious consumers sought the cheapest options. Baseball parks catered to both segments, offering $2 hot dogs in the cheap seats and $7 gourmet dogs in premium areas. The hot dog, which had always been democratic food available to everyone, was becoming a site of class distinction. Food critics and writers, who'd previously largely ignored hot dogs as beneath serious attention, began taking them more seriously in the 1990s. Publications like Gourmet and Bon Appetit, traditionally focused on fine dining and sophisticated cooking, ran articles about hot dogs, sometimes ironic or nostalgic, but increasingly straightforward and analytical. Critics evaluated hot dog stands and restaurants, discussed regional variations, and debated what constituted the ideal hot dog. This critical attention legitimized hot dogs as worthy of thoughtful consideration, not just as cheap fuel or nostalgic indulgence, but as actual food that could be done well or poorly. Food writers traveled to famous hot dog establishments, interviewed vendors and producers, and wrote detailed descriptions of flavor profiles and textural qualities. The hot dog had entered the discourse, becoming a subject of gastronomic analysis rather than just casual consumption. The artisanal meat movement that emerged in the 1990s, partly as reaction to industrial agriculture and partly as expression of foodie culture, began questioning hot dog production methods. Small-scale butchers started making hot dogs using traditional techniques, hand-grinding meat, using natural casings, smoking with real wood, and marketing them as superior alternatives to mass-produced versions. These artisanal hot dogs cost significantly more than supermarket brands, sometimes $8 to $10 per pound, compared to $2–3 for industrial hot dogs. But they found customers among food enthusiasts. Farmers' markets became venues for artisanal hot dog sales. Local butchers who raised their own animals or sourced from nearby farms made hot dogs in small batches, often sold frozen at weekly markets. Customers could meet the producers, ask about ingredients and methods, and feel connected to food sources in ways impossible with supermarket purchases. The artisanal hot dog was partly about taste. These products often did taste better, with more complex flavors and superior texture, but also about values, about supporting local producers and traditional methods. This created a stark price stratification. At the low end, generic supermarket hot dogs might sell for under $2 per pound, cheaper per calorie than almost any other protein source. In the middle, name brands like Oscar Mayer or Hebrew National cost $4 to $6 per pound. Premium supermarket brands might reach $8 per pound, and artisanal hot dogs from specialty butchers or farmers' markets could exceed $10 per pound, approaching the price of good steak. The justifications for premium pricing varied. Some producers emphasized superior ingredients: heritage breed pork, grass-fed beef, organic chicken. Others highlighted traditional techniques: natural casings, actual smoking, handcrafting. Still others stressed ethical production, humane animal treatment, environmental sustainability, fair labor practices. Each appeal targeted different consumer values, but all assumed customers willing to pay significantly more for hot dogs that addressed their particular concerns or preferences. This diversification meant that by the late 1990s, hot dog was an increasingly imprecise term. A Zorro 50 industrial hot dog, a $3 all-beef ballpark hot dog, and a $2.50 artisanal farmers market hot dog were technically the same category of food, but represented vastly different products, production methods, and consumer experiences. They served different purposes: quick, cheap calories versus considered consumption, and appealed to different values. The Internet, which became mainstream in the mid-1990s, facilitated community building among hot dog enthusiasts. Online forums and early websites allowed people to debate regional styles, share recommendations, and organize around hot dog appreciation. What might have been casual local knowledge, which stands in your city made the best dogs, became documented and debated in digital spaces accessible nationally. The internet also enabled niche producers to reach customers beyond their immediate geography, with some artisanal hot dog makers developing mail-order businesses. Fast food chains, meanwhile, maintained hot dogs as menu items, but without much innovation. Chains like Sonic Drive-In and Wiener Schnitzel offered hot dogs in various preparations, but these were positioned as cheap, convenient options rather than quality products. The fast food hot dog was explicitly not gourmet. It was fuel, quick lunch, affordable dinner, the hot dog as pure utility without pretension. By the late 1990s, the bifurcation was clear. Hot dogs existed simultaneously as cheap commodity. The $0.50 gas station dog, the $1 street cart dog, the package of 8 for $2.99, and as gourmet specialty, with some versions approaching £5, £7 each at restaurants or specialty shops. The vast middle remained, standard name-brand hot dogs at ballparks and backyard barbecues. But the most interesting developments were at the extremes. This split reflected Americans' complicated relationship with food more broadly. We wanted cheap convenience, and we also wanted quality, ethics, and craftsmanship. We wanted mass availability, and we wanted authentic local traditions. We wanted democratic accessibility, and we wanted distinctive premium experiences. The hot dog, flexible enough to accommodate all these contradictions, became a site where they played out. As the new millennium approached, the hot dog was splitting into two distinct markets: fast food and food culture, utility and gastronomy. The cheapest protein available and artisanal craft product. Both versions would continue developing in the 21st century, diverging further while still sharing the name and basic form that connected them to 5,000 years of sausage-making history and 150 years of American cultural development. The hot dog had always been adaptable. That was essential to its success. But the range of what could be called a hot dog had never been wider. The first decade of the 21st century witnessed the full flowering of hot dog gastronomy, a development that would have seemed absurd to the street vendors of a century earlier, but that reflected fundamental shifts in American food culture. The hot dog, which had always succeeded through simplicity and accessibility, was now also a vehicle for culinary creativity and artisanal craftsmanship, a transformation driven by food trucks, craft butchers, and a generation of young entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in reimagining even the most humble foods. The food truck revolution that began in the mid-2000s put gourmet hot dogs at the forefront of a movement that was transforming American street food. Los Angeles, which had a long tradition of mobile vendors, but had heavily regulated them, saw an explosion of innovative food trucks starting around 2008. Unlike traditional catering trucks or taco trucks, these new operations positioned themselves as restaurants on wheels, offering creative food at prices higher than typical street food, but still accessible compared to sit-down restaurants. Gourmet hot dog trucks were among the most successful early adopters. They benefited from hot dogs' inherent advantages: quick to prepare, easy to eat while standing, familiar enough to be unthreatening, while elevating execution and ingredients. A truck might offer a grass-fed beef hot dog with caramelized onions, Gruyere cheese, and truffle aioli, or a chorizo dog with corn salsa and avocado creamer. These were recognizably hot dogs, but reimagined with restaurant sensibility and craft focus. The trucks leveraged social media, particularly Twitter, to build followings and announce locations. Customers could follow their favorite trucks online, tracking them through the city and showing up wherever they parked. This created a sense of discovery and community. Finding and eating from a particular truck became a shared experience that customers documented and discussed online. Hot dogs, the most democratic and accessible food, became part of food culture's cutting edge. New York's Japperdog, which started in Vancouver and inspired imitators, exemplified the fusion approach that characterized gourmet food trucks. They served hot dogs with Japanese-influenced toppings: teriyaki sauce, wasabi mayo, bonito flakes, nori seaweed. The combinations were unexpected, but worked, creating flavor profiles distinct from traditional American hot dog preparations. This fusion wasn't arbitrary. It reflected Vancouver's demographics and food culture, but it demonstrated that hot dogs could accommodate virtually any culinary tradition. Craft butchers, returning to traditional sausage-making techniques, found hot dogs to be both accessible entry points and challenging craft. Making a truly excellent hot dog required skill, selecting the right cuts, achieving the perfect grind texture, balancing spice blends, choosing casings that provided the right snap, smoking or cooking to develop flavor without drying out the meat. Butchers who took this seriously could produce hot dogs that were revelatory to customers accustomed to industrial products. Whole animal butchery shops, which became trendy in Brooklyn, Portland, and San Francisco in the mid-2000s, made hot dogs from necessity as much as choice. These shops bought entire animals from local farms and broke them down on site, selling every part. Hot dogs and sausages were perfect for using trimmings and cuts that couldn't be sold as steaks or roasts. The economics of whole animal butchery required making value-added products from every scrap, and hot dogs fit perfectly. The hot dogs these butchers produced were distinctly different from industrial products. They might use heritage breed pork with richer, more complex flavor. They might include only specific cuts, shoulder and belly, for example, rather than generic pork. They used natural casings exclusively, providing the textural snap that had been largely lost in mass production. And they often minimized or eliminated additives like nitrites, instead relying on traditional curing and smoking for preservation and flavor. The locally sourced, organic, grass-fed hot dog became a category by the late 2000s. Producers sourced meat from specific farms, often within 100 miles, and marketed the relationship explicitly. Packages listed farm names and locations. Farmers market vendors told customers about the farmers they worked with, sometimes bringing farmers to the market to meet customers directly. This radical transparency was partly marketing. It justified premium prices, but also reflected genuine values among producers and customers who wanted to know and support where their food came from. Grass-fed beef hot dogs presented particular challenges. Grass-fed beef is leaner than grain-fed, which made it tricky for hot dogs that needed fat for moisture and flavor. Butchers compensated by adding pork fat or being very careful about fat retention during grinding and cooking. The resulting hot dogs tasted different, more intensely beefy, less rich, which some customers loved and others found too lean. But for customers prioritizing animal welfare and environmental sustainability, grass-fed was worth the trade-offs. Organic hot dogs, certified by the USDA, proliferated during this period. The organic certification ensured no antibiotics, no hormones, organic feed for animals, and specific production practices. Companies like Applegate Farms built entire businesses around organic hot dogs and other processed meats, positioning themselves as the ethical choice for customers concerned about conventional animal agriculture. By 2010, organic hot dogs were available in most mainstream supermarkets, no longer niche products, but standard options, commanding 30 to 50% price premiums over conventional versions. The topping innovations that emerged in the 2000s reflected America's increasing culinary diversity and adventurousness. Kimchi, spicy fermented Korean cabbage, appeared on hot dogs at Korean-influenced restaurants and food trucks. The combination worked surprisingly well. The hot dog's richness, balanced by kimchi's acidity and heat, creating a fusion that honored both traditions. Sriracha mayo, mixing the Thai hot sauce with American mayonnaise, became ubiquitous as a hot dog condiment, its sweet, spicy, creamy profile enhancing virtually any sausage. Avocado appeared on hot dogs in California and spread elsewhere, either sliced or as guacamole. Specialty cheeses beyond basic American cheese, Gruyere, aged cheddar, blue cheese, became common at upscale hot dog establishments. Caramelized onions, which required patient cooking, but added tremendous depth, replaced or supplemented raw onions. Bacon-wrapped hot dogs, already popular in Los Angeles street food, moved upscale with artisanal bacon and careful execution. Some toppings bordered on absurd: foie gras on hot dogs at high-end restaurants, caviar at exclusive events. But these were exceptions, proving the rule that hot dogs had entered fine dining territory. Most innovations were more restrained, combining quality ingredients thoughtfully rather than piling on luxury items without regard for coherence. Hot dog competitions and even informal sommeliers emerged during this period. The Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest, which had gained ESPN coverage in the early 2000s, became a cultural phenomenon, with competitive eaters becoming minor celebrities. But alongside eating competitions, actual quality competitions appeared, judged events where hot dog makers competed on flavor, execution, and creativity. These competitions took hot dogs seriously as cuisine rather than novelty. Judges evaluated texture, flavor balance, casing quality, topping integration. The same criteria applied to any prepared food. Winners gained reputation and business. The competitions validated the idea that hot dog making was genuine craft worthy of recognition and refinement. Documentary films exploring hot dog culture reflected and amplified the growing interest. While no single documentary achieved mainstream breakthrough, several covered hot dog history, regional variations, and artisanal production. These films positioned hot dogs as genuinely interesting cultural artifacts with complex histories and ongoing evolution. They interviewed vendors, butchers, historians, and enthusiasts, treating hot dog culture as worthy of serious documentation. Brooklyn and Portland emerged as hot dog innovation centers during the 2000s, both cities combining several factors that supported artisanal food culture. Young, educated populations willing to pay for quality, strong, local food movements, entrepreneurial energy, and enough density to support specialty businesses. Both cities saw multiple high-end hot dog restaurants open and succeed, creating scenes where new ideas and approaches circulated and developed. Brooklyn's Bark Hot Dogs, which opened in 2004, offered all-natural hot dogs with creative toppings in a casual but design-conscious setting. They sourced quality sausages, made fresh-cut fries, and created an atmosphere that attracted young professionals and families alike. The restaurant proved that hot dogs could anchor a profitable business while maintaining quality standards that appealed to Brooklyn's increasingly demanding food culture. Portland's food cart scene, which exploded in the mid-2000s, included numerous hot dog vendors offering everything from traditional preparations to experimental fusions. The city's acceptance of street food and its strong local food ethos created perfect conditions for hot dog innovation. Carts sourced from Oregon farms experimented with game meats like elk or venison and developed followings among Portland's food-obsessed residents. The 10-plus hot dog became reality at high-end restaurants and specialty shops during this period. These were typically served on house-made or artisanal buns, used premium sausages from craft butchers, featured elaborate toppings, and came with substantial sides. At £10 to £15, they cost more than many burger dinners, but they found customers among food enthusiasts and affluent diners who appreciated the quality and craft involved. The pricing reflected labor and ingredient costs. Grass-fed organic beef cost producers significantly more than conventional beef. Natural casings cost more than cellulose. Artisanal buns cost more than mass-produced ones. But it also reflected positioning. Premium hot dogs were competing with other premium casual dining options, not with $1 street cart dogs. The comparison point was a $12 gourmet burger or $14 artisanal sandwich, and in that context, a $10 hot dog seemed reasonable. Yet even as artisanal hot dogs flourished, traditional ballpark hot dogs still dominated by volume. Major League Baseball parks sold tens of millions of hot dogs annually, the vast majority being standard industrial products, mass-produced, inexpensive, served quickly to maximize throughput. A few parks added premium options, but these were supplementary to, not replacement for, the classic ballpark dog that remained central to the baseball experience. This parallel existence, artisanal innovation alongside mass market continuity, characterized the hot dog status in the early 21st century. The artisanal segment received disproportionate media attention and cultural interest, but represented a small percentage of total hot dog consumption. Most Americans still bought packages of Oscar Mayer or similar brands from supermarkets, still ate at baseball games and backyard barbecues, still treated hot dogs as cheap, convenient, familiar food. The artisanal movement did influence the mass market, however. Major brands introduced premium lines to compete with craft producers. Oscar Mayer launched Selects, made with no artificial preservatives and no added nitrites or nitrates, acknowledging consumer desires for cleaner ingredients. Ballpark introduced artisan-style buns. Even the industrial producers recognized that a segment of their customer base wanted better quality and was willing to pay modestly more for it. The 2008 financial crisis and subsequent recession affected hot dog consumption in complex ways. As the recession reduced household incomes, some families traded down to cheaper hot dogs, boosting sales of generic and value brands. But the recession also accelerated the food truck movement as laid-off professionals and aspiring entrepreneurs looked for lower-cost business opportunities than traditional restaurants. And gourmet hot dog trucks represented accessible entry points. Social media transformed how people engaged with hot dogs during this period. Food bloggers photographed and reviewed hot dog establishments, creating online documentation of the emerging scene. Instagram, launched in 2010, became a platform for sharing hot dog photos, often emphasizing creative presentations and unusual combinations. The visual appeal of hot dogs, colorful toppings, striking compositions, made them natural Instagram content, providing free marketing for photogenic preparations. Online communities formed around hot dog appreciation, with forums and social media groups dedicated to discussing regional styles, sharing recipes, and organizing hot dog-focused gatherings. These communities were often playful and ironic, conscious of the absurdity of taking hot dogs extremely seriously, but genuine in their enthusiasm. The internet enabled niche interests to find audiences and communities that wouldn't have been possible in earlier eras. By 2010, the artisanal hot dog movement had established itself as permanent rather than passing trend. Multiple cities had thriving hot dog scenes, with specialty shops, food trucks, and craft butchers producing high-quality versions. Food media covered hot dogs regularly and seriously. Customers had been educated about quality differences and were willing to pay for superior products. The infrastructure existed, suppliers, distributors, media attention, to sustain ongoing innovation and excellence. Yet the mass market remained vast and largely unchanged. Billions of industrial hot dogs were consumed annually at prices that made artisanal versions seem almost obscenely expensive by comparison. The typical American household still bought conventional hot dogs from supermarkets and didn't engage with the artisanal scene at all. The hot dog world had bifurcated completely, with minimal overlap between the artisanal food culture segment and the mass market convenience segment. While artisanal makers reimagined possibilities and craft butchers returned to traditional techniques, the industrial hot dog faced new scrutiny in the age of food transparency. Consumers increasingly demanded to know exactly what went into their food, how it was produced, and what its health and environmental impacts were. The opacity that had allowed industrial hot dog production to operate largely without public examination for decades was ending, and the questions that emerged would reshape the entire category. The 2010s forced a reckoning that the hot dog industry had avoided for decades. Consumers demanded to know, specifically and comprehensively, what went into their hot dogs and how they were made. This wasn't the vague anxiety of earlier eras, but insistent, informed scrutiny empowered by the internet, social media, and a generation that had grown up questioning industrial food production. The industry could no longer deflect with reassurances about federal inspection or dismiss concerns as uninformed. Transparency became both threat and opportunity. The clean label movement, which gained momentum in the early 2010s, represented a fundamental shift in consumer expectations. Clean label meant different things to different people, but generally it indicated products with recognizable ingredients, minimal additives, and nothing that sounded like it came from a chemistry lab. Consumers wanted ingredient lists they could understand: beef, water, salt, spices, rather than technical terms like sodium erythorbate or mechanically separated chicken. Major brands recognized they had to respond. The alternative was losing market share to smaller producers who already emphasized simple ingredients. In 2017, Oscar Mayer reformulated its classic hot dogs to remove artificial preservatives and added nitrites and nitrates, replacing them with celery powder, which naturally contains nitrates but sounded more wholesome. Ballpark followed with similar changes. Brands that had existed for generations, built on specific formulations, were altering their recipes to meet consumer demands for perceived naturalness. These reformulations were partly substantive and partly cosmetic. Celery powder contained the same nitrate compounds as artificial sodium nitrate, functioned identically in the final product, and likely posed the same minimal health concerns. But it could be labeled no added nitrates or nitrites, with an asterisk noting, except those naturally occurring in celery powder. This satisfied consumers who'd been told nitrites were dangerous while maintaining the functional properties manufacturers needed for color, flavor, and preservation. The clean label movement forced manufacturers to confront questions about meat content more directly. What exactly was mechanically separated meat, and why was it in hot dogs? The USDA definition specified that it was a paste-like and batter-like meat product produced by forcing bones with attached edible meat under high pressure through a sieve or similar device to separate the bone from the edible meat tissue. This was efficient use of animal carcasses, preventing waste, but the description sounded unappetizing. Some brands eliminated mechanically separated meat entirely, advertising this as quality improvement. Others kept it, but tried to explain that it was genuine meat, just removed from bones differently than traditional butchering. The debate illustrated tensions between efficiency and aesthetics, between using whole animals and using only the most desirable parts, between industrial pragmatism and consumer preferences. Factory tours and transparency marketing became common strategies. Nathan's Famous offered behind-the-scenes video content showing their production process. Oscar Mayer launched a campaign featuring children visiting hot dog factories, positioning the tours as wholesome and educational rather than as corporate PR. The message was clear: we have nothing to hide. Our facilities are clean and modern. Our processes are safe and controlled. These transparency efforts revealed modern hot dog production as genuinely impressive from an engineering perspective. Enormous facilities processed millions of pounds of meat weekly with remarkable consistency. Ingredients arrived from suppliers meeting strict specifications, were blended in precise ratios, stuffed into casings at high speeds, cooked in controlled environments, packaged automatically, and shipped nationwide within tightly managed cold chains. The scale and efficiency were extraordinary. An honest assessment of what went into modern mainstream hot dogs circa 2015 would note substantial improvements from mid-20th century production. Federal regulations prohibited genuinely objectionable materials. Inspection protocols, while imperfect, prevented obvious contamination. Most hot dogs contained actual meat, beef, pork, chicken, or turkey, along with fat, water, salt, and spices. The meat might include organ meats and trimmings, but these were edible, nutritious, and properly processed. The issues were more subtle. Some budget brands maximized water and fat content within legal limits, producing hot dogs that were technically compliant but minimally nutritious. The meat quality varied. Some used good cuts, while others used whatever was cheapest. Processing methods could be more or less careful, and the sheer industrial scale meant occasional contamination or quality control failures affecting thousands of pounds of product rather than a single butcher's batch. The USDA's regulatory framework, established through accumulated decades of rules and amendments, specified that hot dogs labeled beef must be all beef, pork must be all pork, chicken or turkey must be all that species. Hot dogs without species designation could mix meats. Fat content couldn't exceed 30%. Added water and binders together couldn't exceed 10%. These rules prevented the worst abuses, but left considerable room for variation in quality. Inspection processes involved both plant employees conducting internal quality control and USDA inspectors monitoring sanitation and compliance. The inspectors checked that facilities maintained proper temperatures, that workers followed hygiene protocols, that products were labeled accurately. They examined random samples, reviewed production records, and had authority to shut down lines or facilities for violations. The system wasn't perfect. Budget constraints, limited inspector numbers, and facility visits, but it provided meaningful oversight. The most disruptive development of the 2010s was plant-based hot dogs entering the mainstream market. Companies like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods, which had succeeded with plant-based burger patties, extended their technology to hot dogs and sausages. These weren't the disappointing vegetarian hot dogs of earlier decades. They were sophisticated products designed to replicate meat hot dogs as closely as possible using plant proteins, fats, and flavorings. Beyond Sausage, introduced in 2018, used pea protein, rice protein, and various plant-based ingredients to create a product that looked, cooked, and tasted remarkably like a meat sausage. It had the right texture, developed appropriate browning when cooked, and even bled slightly like meat from added beet juice. The achievement was impressive, and it found customers among vegans, vegetarians, and increasingly among omnivores curious about reducing meat consumption for health or environmental reasons. Impossible Foods followed with their own sausage products. Lightlife, an established vegetarian brand, reformulated their products to compete. Traditional meat producers like Tyson and Hormel launched plant-based lines, recognizing the category's growth potential. By 2020, plant-based hot dogs occupied significant shelf space in major supermarkets, positioned not in specialty health food sections, but alongside conventional meat hot dogs. The environmental and ethical arguments for plant-based hot dogs were compelling. Animal agriculture contributed significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, required enormous land and water resources, and raised animal welfare concerns. Plant-based alternatives reduced these impacts substantially. For consumers concerned about climate change or animal treatment, plant-based hot dogs offered a way to maintain familiar foods and traditions while aligning consumption with values. The taste gap, which had previously made plant-based meat substitutes niche products, had narrowed considerably. In blind taster tests, many people couldn't reliably distinguish better plant-based hot dogs from mid-tier meat hot dogs. The texture and flavor were close enough that choosing plant-based didn't require major sacrifice. This was revolutionary, ethical eating that didn't demand giving up familiar, beloved foods. Social media amplified both artisan culture and factory food debates during this period in ways that would have been impossible earlier. Instagram showcased beautiful hot dogs from craft producers and gourmet restaurants, creating aspirational content that drove customers to seek out these products. But social media also enabled viral spread of factory farm exposés, slaughterhouse footage, and investigative reports about industrial meat production. Activist organizations use social media strategically to highlight industrial agriculture's problems. Undercover footage from factory farms and processing plants reached millions of viewers within days. While hot dog production itself wasn't typically the target, the focus was usually on animal treatment or slaughterhouse conditions. The association between disturbing footage and processed meat products like hot dogs was inevitable. Some consumers who saw such content reduced or eliminated processed meat consumption. Food bloggers and influencers created content around hot dogs that ranged from celebratory to critical. Some showcased artisanal producers and craft preparations, positioning themselves as hot dog enthusiasts. Others discussed industrial production critically, encouraging followers to seek alternatives or eliminate hot dogs entirely. The fragmented media environment meant different consumers inhabited different information ecosystems, some celebrating hot dogs and others condemning them. The decade also saw increasing attention to hot dog production's labor conditions. Investigative journalism revealed that meatpacking plants, which produced hot dogs among other products, often employed immigrant workers in difficult conditions for low wages. Injury rates were high, line speeds were relentless, and workers faced pressure to meet quotas even when sick or hurt. For consumers concerned about labor justice, These revelations complicated hot dog consumption. Consolidation in the hot dog industry continued through the 2010s. Smaller regional brands were acquired by larger companies, which sought to maintain brand identities while achieving production efficiencies. This created complex corporate structures where dozens of brands with distinct histories and identities were actually owned by a handful of large food corporations. Consumers might believe they were supporting a local or independent brand while actually purchasing from a multinational conglomerate. The COVID-19 pandemic, which struck in early 2020, affected hot dog consumption in contradictory ways. Initial lockdowns and restaurant closures eliminated ballpark and street vendor sales entirely. Major League Baseball cancelled its 2020 season initially, and street food largely disappeared. But grocery store hot dog sales spiked dramatically as families stocked up on affordable, familiar foods and sought comfort through nostalgia. Hot dogs represented security during a frightening, uncertain time. They were cheap, important as millions lost income. They were shelf-stable when refrigerated, important when people minimized shopping trips. They were familiar and comforting, important when everything else felt chaotic. And they were associated with happier times, backyard barbecues, ball games, summer leisure, providing psychological comfort through taste memory. The pandemic also revealed supply chain fragilities. Some processing plants experienced COVID outbreaks, forcing temporary closures that disrupted hot dog production and distribution. These disruptions were usually brief, but they reminded consumers that the complex systems providing cheap, abundant food were more vulnerable than generally appreciated. The pandemic made visible infrastructure and labor that normally remained invisible. Working from home during lockdowns changed eating patterns. People who'd bought lunch from street vendors pre-pandemic now made lunch at home, often choosing convenient options like hot dogs. Children home from school needed feeding, and hot dogs were easy, quick, and reliably accepted by kids. The pandemic domesticated hot dog consumption further, shifting it from public to private spaces. By late 2020, as the pandemic's first phase waned, but its effects persisted, hot dogs existed in a state of profound contradiction. They were more transparent than ever, with manufacturers sharing production details and simplifying ingredients in response to consumer demands. But they were also revealed as products of complex, sometimes troubling systems: industrial agriculture, vulnerable supply chains, difficult labor conditions that many consumers would rather not think about. Plant-based alternatives offered a vision of hot dogs without the ethical and environmental complications of industrial meat production. But even as these alternatives improved and gained market share, conventional hot dogs remained dominant, their familiarity and price point difficult to overcome. Clean label reformulations addressed some concerns, but couldn't eliminate the fundamental tensions of industrial food production. Today's hot dog exists in multiple realities simultaneously, reflecting America's complicated relationship with food. For some consumers, it's artisanal craft product, made carefully from quality ingredients by skilled producers. For others, it's industrial commodity, mass-produced cheaply with all the compromises that entails. For still others, it's plant-based alternative, technological solution to ethical problems. And for many, It's all and none of these, just a hot dog, food that exists beyond criticism or celebration, familiar and unremarkable, part of life's routine rather than object of analysis. Americans consume approximately 20 billion hot dogs annually in 2024, a figure that has remained remarkably stable for the past 2 decades despite dramatic changes in food culture, dietary trends, and economic conditions. This translates to roughly 70 hot dogs per person per year, though consumption is far from evenly distributed. Some Americans eat hot dogs multiple times weekly, while others haven't consumed one in years. The hot dog's persistence at this scale, through cultural upheavals and dietary revolutions, testifies to its deep embedding in American life and its adaptability to changing contexts. Regional variations, rather than diminishing in an age of national brands and internet-driven homogenization, have intensified and become more self-conscious. Chicago's approach to hot dogs has hardened into something approaching religious doctrine, with the no ketchup rule enforced not just by vendors, but by a cultural consensus that treats ketchup on hot dogs as moral failing rather than personal preference. The Chicago-style dog, Vienna beef frank, poppy seed bun, yellow mustard, chopped onions, neon green relish, tomato wedges, pickle spear, sport peppers, celery salt, is now explicitly taught to children as correct hot dog consumption, with deviations marked as foreign or ignorant. New York maintains competing claims through sheer volume and historical primacy. The city consumes hot dogs at extraordinary rates. Street carts still operate on virtually every busy corner in Manhattan, serving office workers, tourists, and residents around the clock. The dirty water dog remains iconic, though food safety regulations have forced modifications to how long hot dogs can sit in warming water. New York's hot dog identity is bound up with the city's self-image as authentic, unpretentious, and historically significant. The hot dog as embodiment of New York's working-class roots and immigrant heritage. Detroit's Coney Island restaurants continue thriving, with the chili-topped hot dogs they serve functioning as regional identity markers as much as food. The rivalry between American Coney Island and Lafayette Coney Island, neighboring establishments in downtown Detroit, remains contentious, with Detroiters holding fierce loyalties passed down through generations. These restaurants serve as gathering places, late-night destinations, and symbols of Detroit's particular cultural heritage, distinct from both coasts and other Midwest cities. Los Angeles street vendors, many of whom are Latino immigrants, have formalized the bacon-wrapped hot dog into a recognized regional style. These dogs, grilled on flat tops with the bacon crisping around them, served with grilled peppers and onions, represent cultural fusion, Germanic sausage tradition meeting Mexican street food culture in Southern California's particular context. City regulations that once criminalized these vendors have largely given way to recognition and accommodation, acknowledging their role in Los Angeles food culture. Ballpark hot dogs returned post-pandemic, but in altered context. The 2020 season cancellation interrupted what had been an unbroken tradition of hot dogs at baseball games stretching back over a century. When parks reopened in 2021, Initially, with limited capacity and modified service, hot dog sales didn't immediately recover to pre-pandemic levels. Some of this reflected reduced attendance, but some reflected changed behaviors. Fans who'd gone 2 years without ballpark hot dogs discovered they didn't miss them as much as expected. By 2024, ballpark hot dog sales have largely recovered, but with notable shifts. Premium options have expanded at many stadiums, with craft sausages, elaborate toppings, and higher prices becoming standard in certain seating sections. Meanwhile, basic hot dogs remain available at lower price points, creating explicit stratification within parks. The ballpark hot dog experience now ranges from $3 generic dogs in the cheap seats to $15 artisanal sausages in premium areas, physically embodying America's economic inequality within the same stadium. Generation Z's relationship with hot dogs differs markedly from previous generations. Having grown up with internet access to information about food production, environmental impacts, and health effects, Gen Z consumers approach hot dogs with more skepticism and consciousness than their parents. Many reduce or eliminate processed meat consumption for environmental reasons, treating hot dogs as occasional indulgences rather than dietary staples. Others seek out plant-based or clean label versions, willing to pay premium prices for products aligned with their values. Yet Gen Z also engages with hot dogs through social media in ways that are playful and ironic. TikTok features endless hot dog content, cooking hacks, taste tests, regional style debates, creative preparations. The tone is often tongue-in-cheek, acknowledging hot dogs' processed nature and questionable ingredients, while celebrating them anyway. This ironic appreciation allows simultaneous consumption and critique, enjoying hot dogs while maintaining critical distance from industrial food production. Environmental concerns have moved from niche to mainstream in discussions about hot dogs. Meat production's carbon footprint, water usage, and land requirements are now widely understood, and hot dogs as processed meat products carry all these environmental costs. Younger consumers particularly cite environmental reasons for reducing hot dog consumption or choosing plant-based alternatives. The traditional hot dog, which had always been cheap partly because environmental costs weren't included in the price, now faces challenges from carbon-conscious consumers. Packaging waste presents another environmental concern. Hot dogs generate considerable plastic waste. Package films, individual wrappings, condiment containers. Some companies have introduced more sustainable packaging, using compostable or recyclable materials. But most hot dogs sold in 2024 still come in conventional plastic packaging that contributes to environmental degradation. For consumers trying to reduce plastic consumption, hot dogs present challenges. International fusion hot dogs have proliferated beyond anything imagined in earlier eras. Japanese-inspired hot dogs topped with teriyaki sauce. Japanese, mayo, and nori have become common in major cities. Korean-inspired versions feature gochujang, mayo, and kimchi. Thai-inspired dogs incorporate fish sauce, cilantro, and lime. These fusions reflect America's increasing culinary diversity and decreasing boundaries between cuisines. In Japan itself, Hot dogs have been thoroughly adapted to local tastes, with convenience stores selling variations that would seem bizarre to American consumers. Hot dogs wrapped in pancake-like bread, topped with Japanese curry, or prepared with distinctly Japanese ingredient combinations. These Japanese hot dogs represent not corruption of American food, but creative adaptation, the same process of cultural translation that originally transformed German sausages in America. Social media food trends featuring hot dogs emerge constantly, each capturing brief attention before being replaced. The corn dog in a bun trend, the hot dog wrapped in pizza dough trend, the giant hot dog trend. These circulate through TikTok and Instagram, accumulate millions of views, inspire imitators, and fade. Hot dogs' familiarity makes them perfect for viral content. Everyone understands the baseline, so variations and innovations are immediately legible. Food influencers regularly feature hot dogs, sometimes celebrating artisanal versions at specialty shops, sometimes ironically consuming the cheapest gas station dogs. The content ranges from genuine appreciation to performative disgust, but all of it generates engagement and keeps hot dogs visible in social media feeds consumed by millions. This visibility sustains cultural relevance even among demographics that rarely eat hot dogs themselves. Hot dogs function as economic indicators in ways economists and journalists regularly note. During the 2021-2023 inflation spike, hot dog prices rose, but remained among the cheapest protein sources available. When families struggled with grocery bills, hot dogs provided affordable meals in ways few alternatives could match. This reprised hot dogs' Depression-era role as survival food, though with less desperation. Modern Americans reducing meat consumption to save money might eat more hot dogs without actually experiencing food insecurity. The affordability gap between hot dogs and other meats widened during inflation. While ground beef prices soared, hot dog prices increased more modestly, making them relatively more attractive. Budget-conscious families who'd occasionally bought hot dogs began buying them regularly. This demonstrated hot dogs' economic resilience. They remained accessible even as food costs generally rose, providing a price floor that protected their market share. Cultural debates about hot dog classification periodically erupt on social media and in popular discourse. The question, "Is a hot dog a sandwich?" generates surprising passion, with camps forming around competing definitions. Those arguing hot dogs are sandwiches point to structural similarity, protein between bread. Those opposing cite traditional sandwich construction. Arguing hot dogs' distinctive bun configuration makes them a separate category. The debate is ultimately semantic, concerned with boundaries of categories rather than hot dogs themselves. But it reveals something about how food classification carries meaning beyond mere description. Calling hot dogs sandwiches or rejecting that classification involves implicit claims about tradition, about what makes foods distinctive, about how we organize culinary knowledge. The passion the debate generates suggests people care about these categories even when they can't articulate why. Related debates ask what qualifies as a hot dog at all. Does the meat type matter? Must it be pork or beef? Or can chicken and turkey hot dogs be authentic? Does preparation method matter? Must it be griddled or boiled traditionally, or do baked hot dogs count? These boundary policing exercises reflect anxiety about authenticity and tradition in an era when hot dogs have fragmented into dozens of variations. The most successful hot dog businesses in 2024 are those that either embrace tradition completely, executing classic regional styles flawlessly, or those that innovate aggressively while respecting core elements. The middle ground, generic hot dogs without distinctive regional identity or creative innovation, struggles most. Consumers want either authenticity or novelty, tradition or experimentation, not lukewarm compromise. Grocery stores in 2024 dedicate substantial refrigerated space to hot dogs, with options ranging from $2 packages of generic dogs to $10 packages of organic, grass-fed, artisanal versions. The category has expanded to include beef, pork, chicken, turkey, and plant-based varieties, each available in multiple brands and quality tiers. This proliferation offers choice, but can also overwhelm. Deciding which hot dogs to buy now requires navigating complex trade-offs between price, ethics, health, and taste preferences. Online ordering and delivery have changed hot dog consumption patterns. Apps like DoorDash and Uber Eats deliver hot dogs from restaurants and specialty shops to homes, removing the location requirement that previously characterized hot dog consumption. This convenience increases access but changes context. Eating delivered hot dogs at home differs significantly from eating them at ballparks or from street carts, losing the environmental and social aspects that had been integral to the experience. The COVID-19 pandemic's long-term effects on hot dog culture remain visible in 2024. Some street vendors never returned to their pre-pandemic locations, their businesses unable to survive lockdown periods or owner decisions that the work no longer justified the returns. Some specialty restaurants closed permanently, but others thrived, adapting to delivery and takeout, finding that hot dogs translated well to at-home consumption in ways more elaborate dishes didn't. Supply chain awareness, heightened by pandemic disruptions, changed how some consumers think about hot dogs. Understanding that hot dogs depend on complex systems, meat processing plants, packaging manufacturers, distribution networks, that can be disrupted by events beyond individual control, made them seem more contingent, less automatically available. This awareness affects some consumers' relationship with industrially produced food, including hot dogs, creating desire for more localized, resilient food systems. In 2024, the hot dog occupies a peculiar cultural position, simultaneously ubiquitous and contested, traditional and innovative, cheap commodity, and premium craft product. Nearly everyone has eaten hot dogs. Nearly everyone has opinions about them, yet there's little consensus about what hot dogs mean or represent. They're American tradition, yet also criticized as emblematic of industrial food system problems. They're nostalgic comfort food, yet also subject of environmental and health concerns. They're democratic and accessible, yet also stratified by quality and price. into effectively separate products, sharing only a name. Looking at the complete arc, from ancient Mesopotamian preservation techniques through Germanic guild traditions, immigrant adaptation, industrial transformation, Golden Age consensus, health controversies, artisanal revival, and contemporary fragmentation, reveals patterns about American food, identity, and culture that transcend hot dogs themselves. The hot dog story is a story of how we eat, what we value, how tradition and innovation coexist, how economic forces shape culture, and how something as simple as meat in a casing can accumulate layers of meaning far exceeding its humble origins. The hot dog's 5,000-year journey from ancient preservation technique to American cultural icon illuminates patterns that extend far beyond a single food item. These patterns reveal fundamental truths about how foods transform across cultures, how convenience shapes society, how tradition battles innovation, and ultimately, what these dynamics reveal about American character and the future of food itself. The transformation of Germanic sausages into American hot dogs exemplifies a universal pattern of immigrant food adaptation. Foods rarely transfer unchanged across cultural boundaries. They evolve, absorbing new influences, adapting to available ingredients, and responding to host culture preferences while maintaining threads of connection to origins. The hot dog retained its Germanic core, seasoned ground meat in casings, but became something distinctly American through simplification, mass production, and integration into American leisure culture. This pattern repeats across countless foods. Pizza transformed from Neapolitan specialty into American staple, adapting ingredients and styles while maintaining Italian connection. Tacos evolved from Mexican street food into Tex-Mex and eventually into fusion cuisine that would be unrecognizable in Mexico City. Chinese-American food diverged completely from Chinese regional cuisines, creating entirely new dishes for American palates. In each case, immigrant communities maintained traditional versions, while adapted versions entered mainstream culture, creating parallel traditions that eventually gained their own legitimacy. The hot dog's particular trajectory, from craft production to industrial commodity to artisanal revival, mirrors transformations across American food production. Bread, cheese, beer, and countless other foods followed similar arcs. Industrialization brought standardization, efficiency, and affordability, making foods available to millions who couldn't have afforded artisanal versions. But industrialization also brought homogenization, quality compromises, and disconnection between consumers and production. The artisanal revival that began in the late 20th century represented reaction against industrialization's excesses, a desire for quality, distinctiveness, and connection to food sources. But artisanal production remained accessible primarily to affluent consumers willing to pay premium prices. This created stratification, where wealthy consumers could choose artisanal hot dogs, while working-class families still depended on industrial versions, reproducing class distinctions through food access. Convenience foods like hot dogs reflect and enable social change in profound ways. The hot dog's rise paralleled urbanization and industrialization, providing quick, portable nutrition for factory workers on short lunch breaks. It supported women's entry into the workforce by reducing domestic food preparation time. It facilitated automobile culture by adapting to roadside stands and drive-ins. Each social transformation both required and was supported by appropriate foods, with hot dogs proving remarkably adaptable to changing contexts. The tension between tradition and innovation that characterizes hot dog culture appears throughout American food history. Regional hot dog styles, Chicago, New York, Detroit, represent tradition, with fierce defenders insisting on correct preparation and ingredients. Yet even these traditional styles were once innovations, developed through experimentation and adaptation. The Chicago hot dog's canonical form emerged gradually through the early 20th century from numerous variations, eventually crystallizing into the standard now defended as timeless tradition. This dynamic, innovation becoming tradition that resists further innovation, plays out continuously. Today's gourmet hot dogs with kimchi and sriracha mayo may become tomorrow's traditional regional styles, defended by future generations against further innovation. Tradition is always constructed, always recent when examined historically, yet it gains power and meaning through repetition and collective agreement. The hot dog reveals how quickly innovations can become traditions and how fiercely people defend those traditions once established. Class dynamics in food, clearly visible in hot dog history, demonstrate how single foods can serve multiple social functions simultaneously. Hot dogs originated as working-class food, cheap and accessible, consuming meat cuts that wealthier consumers rejected. This working-class identity persisted even as hot dogs spread across class boundaries, maintaining associations with street food, baseball games, and informal eating. The gourmet hot dog movement complicated this simple class identification. By the 2000s, hot dogs ranged from 50-cent gas station dogs to $15 artisanal creations, spanning a price range that effectively created different foods sharing only a name. This stratification reflected broader economic inequality and the emergence of foodie culture that made even humble foods into status markers. Eating artisanal hot dogs from craft butchers signaled different values and class position than eating Oscar Mayer from a package, even though both were technically hot dogs. Yet hot dogs retained unusual class flexibility compared to most foods. Unlike caviar or fast food, which are strongly class-coded, hot dogs appeared across the economic spectrum. Wealthy people ate ballpark hot dogs alongside working-class fans. Artisanal hot dog shops served diverse clienteles. The hot dog's class ambiguity, its ability to be both cheap necessity and gourmet indulgence, made it unusually democratic, one of few foods that genuinely crossed class boundaries. Health concerns versus cultural attachment represents another persistent tension revealed by hot dog history. From the 1970s onward, mounting evidence suggested hot dogs weren't particularly healthy, high in fat, sodium, and potentially carcinogenic nitrites, made from processed meat now linked to various health problems. Yet consumption remained high because cultural attachments to ballpark traditions, backyard barbecues, childhood memories outweighed abstract health warnings. This pattern appears throughout food culture. Foods become embedded in rituals and memories, acquiring meanings beyond nutrition. Thanksgiving wouldn't be Thanksgiving without specific foods, regardless of their health properties. Birthday cakes are traditional despite sugar content. Hot dogs at baseball games are ritual, not merely sustenance. People will sacrifice health optimization for cultural continuity, choosing foods that maintain traditions and create desired experiences even when healthier alternatives exist. The power of these cultural attachments shouldn't be underestimated. Public health campaigns have succeeded in reducing smoking and increasing seatbelt use through education about risks. But changing food behaviors proves far more difficult because food is intertwined with identity, memory, family, and culture in ways smoking isn't. You can quit smoking and still be yourself. Changing fundamental food practices can feel like losing part of your identity. Regional identity expressed through food variations reveals how localism persists despite globalizing forces. Chicago's hot dog rules, New York's streetcar traditions, Detroit's Coney Islands. These aren't merely preferences, but identity markers, ways of asserting distinctiveness in an increasingly homogeneous national culture. The passion with which people defend regional food traditions reflects anxiety about cultural distinctiveness being erased by standardization. Food becomes a relatively safe way to express local identity and pride. You can't easily preserve distinctive local economies or political cultures against national integration. But you can maintain food traditions, defending them against perceived corruption or dilution. Regional hot dog styles function as synecdoche for broader regional identities, allowing people to feel connected to place through taste and practice. The persistence of mystery in modern food systems, despite transparency efforts, reflects fundamental challenges in industrial food production. Most consumers will never visit hot dog factories, never see animals slaughtered, never witness industrial processing. The distance between production and consumption is too great, the supply chains too complex for genuine transparency. Even factory tours and marketing videos show carefully curated views, not complete realities. This opacity isn't necessarily malicious, it's inherent to scale. Local butchers making small batches could be genuinely transparent because customers could watch everything. But feeding hundreds of millions of people requires industrial systems that can't be directly observed by consumers. We must trust intermediaries, regulatory agencies, brands, certification systems, creating anxiety when that trust is violated or seems unearned. The hot dog's mystery meat reputation persists, despite considerable transparency efforts, because the fundamental problem, consumers' inability to verify production practices themselves, remains unsolved. You can read ingredient lists and watch promotional videos, but you still don't really know what goes into your hot dogs in the way your great-grandparents knew what went into the sausages their local butcher made. What the hot dog reveals about American character is complex and sometimes contradictory. Americans value innovation and tradition, efficiency and craft, democracy and distinction. We want cheap abundance and ethical production. We celebrate common foods accessible to all, while also seeking exclusive, premium versions that distinguish us from others. The hot dog accommodates all these contradictions by fragmenting into multiple versions serving different values and preferences. American optimism and pragmatism appear in hot dog history. The willingness to adapt German traditions to New World conditions, to industrialize production for mass availability, to continuously innovate with new toppings and preparations. American nostalgia appears too, in fierce defense of traditional regional styles and resistance to changes. American entrepreneurialism appears in countless small businesses built around hot dogs, from pushcarts to specialty restaurants. And American inequality appears in stratification between generic commodity and artisanal luxury versions. Comparing the hot dog's transformation to similar food stories reveals common patterns. Hamburgers followed nearly identical trajectories. Immigrant origins, Hamburg. American adaptation, street food phase, industrial production, fast food dominance, artisanal revival, and contemporary fragmentation. Pizza's American story parallels closely. Italian immigrant food becoming American staple through adaptation and industrialization, then experiencing gourmet revival that created stark quality divides. Fried chicken shows similar patterns with different racial dynamics. African American culinary tradition appropriated and commercialized, becoming fast food commodity, while authentic versions remained associated with soul food restaurants and home cooking. Tacos demonstrate the pattern with ongoing cultural tension as Mexican food becomes mainstream American food, while Mexican-American communities claim authentic versions against commercialized adaptations. These parallels suggest the hot dog story isn't unique but exemplary. It illustrates processes that operate across American food culture. The specific details differ, but the patterns repeat. Immigrant origins, American adaptation, industrialization, mass marketing, health controversies, artisanal revival, fragmentation by price and quality. Understanding these patterns in one food helps predict trajectories in others. The hot dog also illuminates tensions in how America relates to its immigrant heritage. We simultaneously celebrate immigration as central to American identity, while remaining ambivalent about immigrants themselves. Foods like hot dogs get Americanized to the point where their immigrant origins become trivia rather than living connection. German Americans created hot dogs, but contemporary hot dog culture rarely acknowledges this heritage meaningfully. This selective amnesia appears throughout American food culture. We eat tacos and pizza and hot dogs without thinking about the immigrant communities that created them, treating them as simply American foods detached from specific cultural origins. This is perhaps inevitable. Foods do become naturalized through adoption, but it also represents a form of cultural appropriation where dominant culture absorbs immigrant contributions while marginalizing the communities themselves. The hot dog's resilience, despite repeated challenges, health controversies, economic changes, dietary trends, suggests that foods deeply embedded in cultural practice persist through inertia and attachment, even when rational health or economic calculus might suggest abandoning them. This resilience has limits. Some foods do disappear or become rare, but foods intertwined with ritual and memory prove remarkably durable. Understanding where the hot dog came from, ancient preservation needs, Germanic craft traditions, immigrant adaptation, industrial transformation, cultural embedding, helps us see where American food culture might be heading. The patterns visible in hot dog history, stratification by price and quality, tension between industrial and artisanal, environmental and ethical concerns rising in importance, technology enabling new alternatives, likely preview developments across food categories. Plant-based hot dogs represent one possible future where technological innovation addresses environmental and ethical concerns while maintaining familiar foods and cultural practices. Artisanal hot dogs represent another future where affluent consumers pay premium prices for quality, craft, and connection to production. Generic commodity hot dogs represent continuity, persistence of industrial food production, meeting mass market needs. All three futures will likely coexist, serving different consumers and values, much as they do today. From the clay tablets of ancient Mesopotamia describing ground meat in casings to the Instagram feeds documenting artisanal creations in Brooklyn, the story of the hot dog spans 5 millennia and 3 continents. It begins with humans solving the fundamental problem of preservation, how to keep meat from spoiling in an age without refrigeration, and arrives at a food so embedded in American culture that its presence at baseball games and backyard barbecues seems inevitable, natural, almost ordained. Yet this journey was neither smooth nor predictable. The hot dog we know today is the product of countless adaptations, innovations, compromises, and accidents of history. The core transformation that defines this story is the evolution from survival technique to cultural symbol. The Mesopotamian butcher who first stuffed seasoned meat into intestinal casings was solving a practical problem, creating food that could last beyond a single day. The Germanic guild master who refined smoking techniques and spice blends in 15th century Frankfurt was perfecting a craft and protecting a livelihood. The German immigrant operating a pushcart on New York's Lower East Side in 1880 was pursuing economic survival in a new world. None of them imagined their work would contribute to creating an American icon. Yet, that's precisely what happened. Through processes of cultural adoption, industrial transformation, and deep integration into American leisure and family life, the hot dog became something more than food. It became memory and tradition, ritual and identity. The taste of a ballpark hot dog can transport a 70-year-old instantly to childhood, to a father's hand holding theirs, to summer afternoons when the world was simpler. That power, to connect past and present through taste and experience, elevates the hot dog beyond mere sustenance into the realm of cultural meaning. But the transformation continues. The hot dog of 2024 exists in a state of productive tension between competing forces that will shape its future. Health consciousness pulls against tradition. We know processed meat carries risks, yet we continue eating hot dogs because they mean something beyond their nutritional profile. Industrial efficiency competes with artisanal craft. We want hot dogs to be cheap and abundant, but we also want quality, ethics, and connection to production. Environmental concerns challenge meat consumption generally, yet hot dogs persist through cultural inertia and genuine attachment. These tensions won't resolve cleanly. Instead, they're creating multiple futures for the hot dog, diverging paths that will likely coexist rather than one replacing others. The plant-based future that companies like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods are building represents one trajectory: hot dogs that maintain familiar form and function while eliminating animal agriculture's environmental and ethical problems. The technology improves continuously. Plant-based hot dogs in 2024 are vastly better than versions from even 5 years ago, and further improvements seem likely. For consumers concerned primarily about climate change, animal welfare, or personal health, plant-based hot dogs offer a path forward. They allow continuation of cultural practices: backyard grilling, ballpark eating, quick family meals, while aligning consumption with environmental and ethical values. This matters particularly for younger generations who've grown up with climate awareness and may be less willing than their parents to sacrifice values for tradition. Yet plant-based alternatives face significant challenges. Taste gaps have narrowed, but haven't disappeared entirely. Most people can still distinguish plant-based from meat hot dogs in direct comparison. Price premiums, while decreasing, remain substantial. And perhaps most significantly, cultural attachment to real hot dogs, the sense that plant-based versions are imitations rather than authentic, persists. For many Americans, especially older generations, a hot dog means meat, and alternatives, however improved, remain substitutes. Will Gen Alpha, children born after 2010, eat hot dogs like their grandparents did? The question illuminates uncertainties about food's future. Gen Alpha is growing up with climate change as established reality, not emerging concern. They're being raised by millennial parents, often more health-conscious and ethically aware than previous generations. They have access to far more diverse foods than earlier generations, with cuisines from around the world available in most American cities. The automatic centrality of hot dogs in American childhood may be diminishing. Yet children are also deeply influenced by tradition and ritual. If parents maintain practices of summer grilling and ballpark outings, associating these with hot dogs, Gen Alpha will likely develop similar attachments. Food traditions persist across generations when they're actively transmitted through practice and ritual. The question isn't whether hot dogs have inherent appeal to new generations, but whether families and institutions continue centering them in meaningful experiences. Climate change impacts on meat production will affect hot dogs indirectly but significantly. As environmental costs of animal agriculture become increasingly difficult to ignore, water scarcity, greenhouse gas emissions, land use competition, meat prices may rise through regulation, taxation, or market forces. Hot dogs, which have always been among the cheapest meats, may retain that relative position but become less affordable in absolute terms. This could reduce consumption or accelerate shifts toward plant-based alternatives. More dramatically, climate disruptions to agriculture, droughts, floods, extreme heat could affect meat availability and stability. The complex supply chains supporting industrial hot dog production depend on reliable feed crops, water supplies, and predictable growing seasons. Climate change threatens all these. While industrial agriculture will adapt, the adaptations may increase costs or reduce reliability, making hot dogs less automatically available than they've been for the past century. The hot dog's remarkable adaptability over 5,000 years suggests it will survive these challenges in some form. Sausage making survived the fall of Rome, the Black Death, the Protestant Reformation, and countless other disruptions. Hot dogs survived 2 world wars, the Great Depression, health scares, and multiple recessions. The form is flexible. It accommodates different meats, plant-based ingredients, varied preparations and toppings, multiple price points, and quality levels. This flexibility is survival advantage. What makes foods culturally American is question the hot dog illuminates, but doesn't fully answer. Hot dogs originated in Germany, but became American through adoption, adaptation, and integration into American life. They're now more associated with America than Germany. Foreigners encountering hot dogs think American, not German. This Americanization happened through scale. Americans eat hot dogs at rates Germans never did. Through cultural integration, hot dogs at baseball, Americans' self-styled national pastime. And through time, several generations of Americans have known hot dogs as simply American food. Yet the German origins remain traceable, complicating simple claims of American identity. Perhaps Americanness in food consists precisely in this pattern, taking immigrant contributions, adapting them aggressively, and integrating them so thoroughly that origins become historical footnotes rather than living connections. America doesn't have deep indigenous food traditions of its own, having largely displaced Native American foodways. So American food culture consists largely of adapted immigrant foods that have been transformed through mixing, industrialization, and integration into American contexts. This process raises questions about cultural appropriation and credit. German Americans created hot dogs by adapting their sausage traditions to American conditions. Their labor, knowledge, and cultural heritage made hot dogs possible. Yet, contemporary hot dog culture rarely acknowledges this contribution meaningfully. The American hot dog is divorced from specific immigrant communities, becoming generic rather than hyphenated. Is this inevitable naturalization, or is it erasure? Similar questions arise with all American foods of immigrant origin. Who deserves credit when foods transform across cultures? How do we honor origins while acknowledging adaptations? These aren't abstract academic questions. They relate to how we understand American identity, cultural belonging, and who gets included in national narratives. The hot dog, in its ordinariness, rarely prompts such reflection, but its history invites it. Returning to human scale after this vast historical sweep reminds us that hot dogs matter most in small moments, rather than grand narratives. They matter in the backyard, On a Saturday afternoon, when a parent grills dinner while children play nearby, recreating rituals their own parents performed decades earlier, they matter in the ballpark in the seventh inning, when buying a hot dog is excused to stretch, to walk, to participate in collective ritual shared with 40,000 strangers. They matter in late-night diners and street corners, providing sustenance and small comfort to people working night shifts or walking home after long days. These moments, mundane, repetitive, unremarkable, constitute hot dogs' actual significance. The hot dog's meaning isn't primarily historical or economic or nutritional. It's the taste memory that connects you to your childhood, the familiar ritual that provides structure and continuity, the shared experience that creates momentary community with people you'll never know. This human-scale significance can't be captured in production statistics or nutritional analyses. It exists in individual and collective memory, in practice and repetition, in the small comfort of familiar food in familiar contexts. The hot dog's future will be determined by whether these human-scale meanings persist across generations. If parents continue grilling hot dogs with their children, if ballparks maintain hot dog traditions, if the taste and experience continue carrying positive associations, hot dogs will endure regardless of health warnings or environmental concerns. Cultural practices rooted in memory and emotion prove remarkably durable. But if these practices fade, if families find other foods for grilling, if younger generations don't develop strong hot dog associations, then hot dogs may diminish to specialty food rather than staple, nostalgic indulgence rather than regular consumption. The plant-based future, the artisanal present, and the industrial commodity that still dominates by volume, all can coexist, serving different needs and values. Some families will grill plant-based hot dogs, teaching children that adaptation and ethics matter. Others will seek out craft butchers, making traditional hot dogs with heritage breed pork and natural casings, teaching that quality and craft matter. Still others will buy whatever's cheapest at the grocery store, teaching that pragmatism and economy matter. Each choice reflects values and circumstances, and none is definitively right or wrong. This pluralism, the hot dog's ability to accommodate contradictory values and practices simultaneously, may be its most American characteristic. America has never resolved tensions between tradition and progress, between individual choice and collective welfare, between economic efficiency and other values. Instead, American culture holds contradictions in uneasy coexistence, allowing different people to emphasize different values while sharing common forms. The hot dog, existing simultaneously as commodity and craft product, as nostalgia and innovation, as fast food and slow food, embodies this characteristically American multiplicity. The story of the hot dog is ultimately a story about adaptation and survival. It's about how humans have always found ways to preserve meat, to make food last, to transform scarcity into abundance. It's about immigration and cultural transformation, about how people carry food traditions across borders and how those traditions evolve in new contexts. It's about industrialization and its discontents, about the costs and benefits of mass production, about efficiency and its compromises. It's about memory and meaning, about how foods become more than nutrition, carrying cultural weight that transcends their material composition. 5,000 years from now, if humans still exist and still eat, they'll have some equivalent of the hot dog, some preserved protein that's cheap, convenient, culturally meaningful, and slightly suspect. The specific form may differ dramatically, but the pattern will likely persist. Humans will still be solving problems of food preservation. We'll still be creating foods that serve practical needs while accumulating cultural significance. We'll still be debating health and ethics while maintaining traditions and rituals. The hot dog is particular, distinctly American, historically specific, tied to baseball and backyard grills, but it's also universal, expressing patterns that transcend any single food or culture. So we arrive at the present moment, where hot dogs remain among the most consumed foods in America, while also being objects of environmental concern, health warnings, and cultural debate. 20 billion hot dogs annually, each one carrying forward ancient preservation techniques and Germanic craft traditions, immigrant adaptation and industrial transformation, cultural meaning, and simple sustenance. Each one connecting past to present, individual experience to collective tradition, practical need to symbolic significance. The hot dog endures, not despite its contradictions, but because of them, not by resolving tensions, but by accommodating them, not through perfection, but through adaptability. From ancient Mesopotamia to modern America, from survival technique to cultural icon, the hot dog's journey reveals something essential about how humans eat, how cultures evolve, and how the most humble foods can carry the weightiest meanings. The journey continues, and the destination remains uncertain, but the hot dog's 5,000 years of survival suggest it will adapt to whatever future emerges, maintaining its place in the ongoing story of how we feed ourselves and what those foods mean to us.